stage in a committee of the whole House. That is, if members agree to do so. It is an act of Parliament that seeks to make provision for training, registration, licensing of radiographers. It also seeks to regulate their practice, provide for establishment of the Radiographers Board of Kenya by setting out clear powers and functions of that regulatory body, and any other matter that may concern radiography or radiographers in the country. Members are also expected to consider via a vote a report on a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services. The issue was brought via a motion by the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. It was first laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Members have discussed this matter, and this afternoon they shall be making a decision as to the fate of that motion. Debate on a motion that seeks to consider Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of the year 2021, is also pending before the House, after which that matter shall proceed to a committee of the whole House where members will consider amendments. There are about 17 of them fronted by the Senate to this particular bill. And of course, if they are in concurrence, then it shall be moving onwards to the President for assent or for decision, as it were. The Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of the year 2021, is another one that is scheduled for amendments in a committee of the whole House, where members shall be considering amendments fronted by the Departmental Committee on Finance, National Planning, and there are about two amendments specifically to Clause 3 of that bill that they will be putting forth, which speak to the special and general power of maintenance and advancements, or as predicted by terms of trust or otherwise provided, also income accumulated as spelled out in the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill. Also pending before the House is the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 2022 of the year 2020, that members will be considering this afternoon, if time allows. And of course, there is the traditional question session. And this afternoon, there are 3 questions listed in the order paper. The first from the Honorable Joseph Manje, Member of Parliament Kajiado North, will be seeking answers from the Cabinet Secretary for Health. And he wants to know the whereabouts of an infant who had been abandoned, rescued on the 5th of October this year in Ongata Rongai area, Kajiado County. The baby was taken to Nairobi Women's Hospital in the same area, Ongata Rongai, and later reported missing from the hospital. And he wants to know, through the Departmental Committee on Health, measures the ministry is taking to ensure medical institutions and facilities are able to account for unidentified persons who are taken into medical facilities for treatment. The second question is from the Member of Parliament Tharaka Constituency, Honorable Gitonga Murugara, and his is to the Cabinet Secretary for Education concerning the appointment or promotion thereof of 7 teachers in the constituency who are yet to be issued with appointment letters as required under the Teacher Service Commission's policy on human resource. They were appointed as senior teachers way back in the year 2017, and they are yet to get that document that validates their promotion. The Honorable Murugara wants to know the timelines within which those appointment letters will be released to the teachers so that they can comfortably assume those positions. Honorable Bishop Kawera Mwangaza, Member of Parliament, Meru County, also has a question, and this one to the Cabinet Secretary, Labour. And he wants to know the progress of implementation and disbursement of the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program in Meru County, which she represents. She also seeks to be provided with an updated list of beneficiaries of the program in Meru County, the eligibility criteria to enable potential applicants submit their application details, and the measures the ministry has put in place to ensure timely disbursement of funds for the beneficiaries of the program in Meru County. This is a question that she is seeking answers to via the Departmental Committee on Labour and Social Welfare. Honorable Danson Mwashako, Member of Parliament, Wundanyi, has a question for the Cabinet Secretary, ICT, Innovation and Youth, through the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, 4 specific questions, one of which is names of farms which own communication masts and installations at the Vuria Hill in Wundanyi constituency, and he wants explanations why that road or a road that leads to that particular installation has not been maintained as required, and why those undertaking that project are not conducting corporate social responsibility projects for the community living in the surrounding area, particularly in Mgage, Mwawanda area. And just letting the Cabinet Secretary know that the installation of masts have occupied and disenfranchised the community of a recreational site and viable area for tourism purposes. And so it is prudent that that particular activity is explained satisfactorily. Also expected this afternoon is a statement from the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding the incomplete and substandard roadworks in Dagoretti constituency. This is a statement that will be sought by the Honorable John Kiarie, Member of Parliament, Dagoretti South. If you're just joining us, we are at 2:36 p.m. It is Tuesday. We're getting ready and set for live proceedings from the National Assembly, a live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, a broadcast that is available on YouTube. There is a live stream there. Of course, you can watch that alongside the live broadcast on KBC Channel 1, also available on Bunge Television. Audio version in Kiswahili available on KBC Radio Taifa. My name is Vereso Mwanga. On behalf of the entire crew here, I welcome you to follow the session that will be presided over by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, who is now in the chambers. Good afternoon and enjoy.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests we commit to our charge. Amen. What's the numbers? Maybe the bell should be rung for more members who may be still having their lunch.
A quorum hitch in the National Assembly this afternoon. If you are just tuning in, you are in time for live proceedings from the National Assembly. It is Tuesday, the 23rd day of November 2021. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has just ordered for the quorum bell to be rung. A directive anchored in the standing orders of the House, specifically Standing Order 34. And that bell shall ring for 10 minutes or at least until when the requisite numbers are achieved in the chambers, and that is 50 members. If there is no quorum present at the expiration of that duration, then the Speaker is at liberty to direct that the bell be rung for another 5 minutes, just to ensure that number is achieved. And if that fails, then the House shall stand adjourned until the next sitting. In this case, it will be tomorrow, Wednesday morning. However, that bell is still ringing. Members are still coming into the chambers. And when they do make up a quorum, then they shall proceed to consider bills and motions as listed in the order paper this afternoon, and that is in addition to any communication from the chair, messages, petitions, or any papers that will need to be laid on the table of the House this afternoon. Pending before the House, a vote via questions being put to the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of the year 2019, that speaks to regulation of the practice of radiography in the country. Consideration of a report on a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services. This matter was discussed in the House, and all that remains is for the question to be put to determine the fate of that matter. Consideration of Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of the year 2021, is another motion pending before the House, after which, if debate is concluded, then members shall proceed to consider those amendments from the Senate. And at this point, the orderly is indicating that quorum has been achieved and trying to catch the Speaker's eye.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honour members, those who are making their way in, please make your way in so that we can dispense with some preliminary business.
Order number 3, messages.
Honour members, I'll do both of them concurrently, the communication as well as the message, followed by the message. Honour members, I wish to convey to the House that my office is in receipt of 2 letters dated 13th September and 22nd of October 2021 from one Mr. Kelef Khalifa seeking removal of the Attorney General, the Honorable Justice Paul Kihara Kariuki. In a letter dated 13th September 2021 titled Public Petition for the Removal of the Honorable Paul Kihara, the Attorney General, Mr. Khalifa petitions this House to initiate the process of removing the current Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Retired Justice Paul Kiara Kariuki, from office on account of his alleged conduct relating to the rerun of the 2017 presidential election. In summary, his grounds for the removal include the claims of him impaneling a three-judge bench of the Court of Appeal that overturned a High Court decision and allowed the 2017 presidential election rerun, the manner of selection of the bench that heard the matter, and allegedly disregarding the rule of law and the administration of justice. Honourable members, you will recall that the 11th Parliament had an occasion to consider a petition for the removal from office of the then Attorney General. At the time, the Law Society of Kenya had petitioned this House to consider initiating the process for the removal of the then Attorney General, the Honorable Professor Githu Muigai, from office. The report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, to which the petition was committed, is instructive. With regard to its findings, the committee report tabled before the House on Tuesday, 19th August 2014, states, and I quote, 1, the office of the Attorney General is not listed either as a constitutional commission or an independent office under Article 248, clauses 2 and 3 of the Constitution. 2, the procedure for removal contemplated under Article 251 of the Constitution cannot be used for removal of the Attorney General. 3, while the Attorney General is a member of the Cabinet under Article 152, Clause 2 of the Constitution, he is not a Cabinet Secretary, and therefore the process of removal of a Cabinet Secretary cannot apply in his case. 4, whereas Article 132 of the Constitution gives the President power to dismiss the Attorney General in accordance with Article 156, the same Article 156 does not have provisions on removal of the Attorney General. 5, the Office of the Attorney General Act has made provision for the grounds for removal, but does not set out the procedure for removal. And 6, the power and discretion to remove the Attorney General is vested in the President, find Article 132, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution. Consequently, the committee proceeded to recommend and I quote, the Office of the Attorney General Act 2012 should be amended to provide for express provisions on the procedure for removal of the Attorney General from office by way of an all-inclusive process, close the quotes. Thereafter, a bill was published in the name of the committee to actualize these findings in law. However, by the end of the 11th Parliament, the bill had not been concluded. It therefore lapsed. Honourable members, in light of the previous inconclusive process undertaken on a petition to remove the Attorney General, the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to Mr. Khalifa on the 6th of October 2021, advising him of the inability of the House to process his request. The letter highlighted the lack of express provisions in the Constitution, ordinary legislation, and the National Assembly standing orders on the manner in which the process of removing the Attorney General from office may be initiated. A binding recommendation for such removal may be made by any person or body. Honourable members, in his letter dated 22nd of October 2021, Mr. Khalifa does not agree that the body mandated by the Constitution to enact, amend, and repeal laws can argue that it is unable to act on his requests due to an existing gap in the law. Honourable members, you will recall that as per the provisions of Article 109, Clause 4 of the Constitution, only a member or a committee of this House has the power to introduce legislation for consideration and debate. The Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs may wish to consider reviewing the Act to provide for the procedure for removal of the Attorney General. In the meantime, the Clerk of the National Assembly is hereby directed to inform the petitioner on the progress of this matter, and further informing that to the extent that there is a lacuna in law on the removal of the Attorney General, the matter is not within the authority of the National Assembly to deal with. I thank you, no members. Members, come in, please. Let me do this one over the president. Member for Kilifi North, perhaps you could just stay a bit. You have not even stayed for 1 minute.
Order number 3, messages.
Member for Moya, please take your seat. Member for Moya, please take your seat. I know you like sitting where the member for Meru has sat today. just behind the Honorable Sankok. Honourable members, says this a message from the President. Honourable members, standing order number 42, subsection 1, related to messages from the President provides that, and I quote, the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House, close the quotes. In this regard, therefore, honourable members, I wish to inform the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President, dated 19th of November 2021, conveying that he intends to deliver the 2021 State of the Nation Address to Parliament pursuant to Article 132, Clause 1 of the Constitution. Honourable members, the said Article 132, Clause 1, paragraphs B and C of the Constitution state, and I quote, the President shall be address a special sitting of Parliament once every year and may address Parliament at any other time, and C, once every year, Roman 1, report in an address to the nation on all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10. Roman 2, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under subparagraph 1. And 3, Roman 3, submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic, close the quotes. Honourable members, pursuant to the above provisions of the Constitution and standing order number 22, subsection 2 of the National Assembly standing orders, therefore, I wish to notify all members that a special joint sitting of Parliament will take place on Tuesday, 30th of November 2021 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly main chamber, Parliament buildings. I'm aware that the offices of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament have since commenced preparations for the day, including official invitations, which will be sent out in the usual manner. I also direct that the clerk to ensure that the notification of the joint sitting is published in the Kenya Gazette for the information of members and the general public. I thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, member from Bonchari, please. Is it Bonchari? Please come in. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Honourable members, this communication from the chair, being number 46 of 2021, relates to the import of the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Civil Appeal number E084 of 2021 on the legislative functions of the National Assembly. Honourable members, you will recall that last year on the 29th of October 2020, the High Court in Nairobi delivered a judgment that, among other things, purported to nullify 23 acts of Parliament that had been passed by this House. You will also recall that following the High Court judgment, I did issue a communication to this House to the effect that the National Assembly, being dissatisfied with that decision, would appeal the High Court judgment. Honourable members, to this end, I wish to inform you that last week, on Friday, 19th of November 2021, the Court of Appeal, sitting in Nairobi in Civil Appeal number E084 of 2021, delivered its judgment on our appeal and set aside the judgment of the High Court. In particular, the Court of Appeal made several orders. Allow me to highlight part of the orders of the Appellate Court point by point because they have a huge bearing on the legislative processes of this House. Firstly, honourable members, in its decision, the Court of Appeal declared 21 acts of Parliament out of the 23, which the High Court had declared as being unconstitutional for want of Senate participation, to be constitutional and valid. It will be recalled that this House passed the same laws without Senate participation on the strength that they did not concern county governments, as they were dealing with functions of the national government under Part 1 of the 4th Schedule to the Constitution, and all were money bill that did not contain provisions affecting the county governments. The Court of Appeal, in its judgment, agreed with this interpretation of the National Assembly and consequently upheld the constitutionality and validity of the 21 Acts of Parliament. In brief, the laws that were declared to be constitutional are as follows: the Public Trustee Amendment Act number 6 of 2018, the Building Surveyors Act number 19 of 2018, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act number 5 of 2018, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act number 4 of 2018, the Kenya Coast Guard Service Act number 11 of 2018, the Tax Laws Amendments Act number 9 of 2018, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act number 18 of 2018, the Supplementary Appropriations Act number 2 of 2018, the Finance Act number 10 of 2018, the Appropriations Act number 7 of 2018, the Capital Markets Amendment Act number 15 of 2018, the National Youth Service Act number 17 of 2018, the Supplementary Appropriations Act number 13 of 2018, the Health Laws Amendment Act number 5 of 2019, save for the amendments made to sections 3 and 4 of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Act, in brackets KEMSA. And the Act made various amendments to health-related statutes on matters relating to health policy, including the Pharmacy and Poisons Act, Cap 244, the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Act, Cap 253, the Nurses Act, Cap 257, the Kenya Medical Training College Act, Cap 261, and the Nutritionists and the Dietitians Act, number 18 of 2007, among others. Number 15, the Sports Amendment Act number 7 of 2019, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act of 2015, the National Cohesion and Integration Amendment Act of 2019, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act of 2019, the Supplementary Appropriations Act number 9 of 2019, the Appropriations Act of 2019, and the Insurance Amendment Act 2019. Honourable members, as stated earlier, the Court of Appeal declared 21 out of the 23 acts constitutional, and only 2 acts, this being the Equalization Fund Appropriation Act number 3 of 2018 and the Circle Societies Amendment Act number 16 of 2018, were declared to have been unconstitutional. In terms of the objects of the 2 acts, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Act number 3 of 2018 appropriated funds for expenditure by the national government for the direct use of monies from the Equalization Fund. It is therefore a spent law. The Circle Society Amendment Act number 16 of 2018, on the other hand, sought to provide that the Circle Society's regulatory authority may establish and operate an electronic filing system for purposes of electronic filing of the statutory returns and documents or other information required to be furnished to the authority. Honourable members, the Court of Appeal further declared the amendments made to Sections 3 and 4 of the Kenya Medical Supplies Act, Authority Act contained in the Health Laws Amendment Act to have been unconstitutional. Only those two sections. To this end, honourable members, in light of the Court of Appeal judgment, a pertinent question that arises is how the House should proceed to reenact the laws that have been nullified. With respect to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Act number 3 of 2018, the objectives of the long title of the law reads as follows, and I quote, "An Act of Parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2018, and to appropriate that sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes." Close the quote. Honourable members, you will agree with me that this particular act, being an annual appropriations law, cannot be resuscitated as it is now spent. However, the decision of the Court of Appeal will have to be adhered to by the future Houses when enacting the annual Equalization Fund laws. It is, however, worth observing that under Article 204 of the Constitution, the Equalization Fund was meant to be a 20-year measure to assist the marginalized areas, cater for basic services such as water, roads, health services, and electricity connectivity. The said fact is that whereas more than half of the statutory period has now lapsed, the fund has been largely moribund, since every step to actualize it has been met with endless litigation. Honourable members, with respect to the Circle Societies Amendment Act 2018, I direct the clerk moves with speed to facilitate the reintroduction of the bill in the House in the exact text as it was originally passed by this House in 2018 for reconsideration in an expeditious manner and forwarding the same to the Senate. However, with respect to the amendments made to Sections 3 and 4 of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Act touching on the functions of the authority as contained in the Health Laws Amendment Act number 5 of 2019, I note that there is presently a Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021 at second reading stage. Consequently, the amendments may be proposed to the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021 for consideration by the House at the committee stage. Subsequently, upon passage, the bill shall be forwarded to the Senate for consideration also. That way, this House will have discharged its legislative role on the two impugned laws in compliance with the findings and decision of the appellate courts. Honourable members, moving on to the other orders of the Court of Appeal, the Court also made a declaration that the concurrence process envisaged in Article 110, Clause 3, only applies to bills concerning counties within the meaning of Articles 109 to 114 of the Constitution. Indeed, as you are aware, Article 103, Clause 3, Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution provides that, and I quote, before either House considers a bill, the Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate shall jointly resolve any question as to whether the bill is a bill concerning counties, and if it is, whether it is a special or an ordinary bill. This has been a major point of departure between the two houses, and as you are indeed aware, the High Court had made a declaration that all bills must be subjected to the concurrence process, notwithstanding the distinct legislative mandates of each house and the asymmetrical nature of our bicameral parliament, in which each house has distinct mandates, with the Senate having limited legislative mandate as indeed observed by the Court of Appeal in paragraphs 72, and 73 of its judgment. And in their judgment, the distinguished judges held as follows in paragraph 98. I quote, "Therefore, it was an error by the High Court to find that it is a condition precedent that any bill published by either house be subjected to the concurrence process." Close the quotes. Honourable members, the finding by the Court of Appeal on this matter is that only bills concerning county governments as espoused in Article 110, Clause 1 of the Constitution would be subject to the concurrence process. The court correctly held that Article 110, Clause 3 can only be interpreted in the context of the law-making roles and procedures of the Senate and National Assembly as specified in Articles 109 to 116 of the Constitution. Maybe the members who are at the door gate can come in. Members, I shall proceed. In this regard, the Court of Appeal has now settled that Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution, and this is important, shall not be applicable on any or every bill that originates from the National Assembly, but only on bills that concern county governments within the meaning of Article 110, Clause 1 of the Constitution. We applaud the Court of Appeal for upholding the provisions of Article 110(3) of the Constitution and the distinct roles of the Houses of Parliament. Honourable members, with respect to the constant insistence by part of the Senate that the speakers of the Houses of Parliament should form a mediation committee akin to the one under Article 113 of the Constitution to offer advisory on the question of bills concerning county governments, the distinguished judges of the Court of Appeal held as follows in paragraph 102 of the judgment. Quote, we however need to point out and clarify that our interpretation of Article 110, Clause 3 leads to a conclusion that the mediation process under Article 113 of the Constitution is not applicable to the concurrence process in Article 110(3). The provisions of Article 113 are clear that they only apply when there is a deadlock in the consideration and passing of ordinary bills concerning counties by the National Assembly and the Senate. The mediation process, therefore, applies during the enactment process of a bill and not before consideration of a bill, which is when the concurrence process under Article 110(3) is relevant. In our opinion, the concurrence process under Article 110(3) is one that is solely and exclusively within the mandate, powers, and control of the speakers of the two houses of Parliament, who must resolve any question arising as to whether a bill is one concerning counties or not before its consideration. Close the quotes. Honourable members, further, the Court of Appeal also made orders touching on the legislative procedures and rules of this House. Firstly, the Court ordered that any bill or delegated legislation that provides for or touches on the mandate or powers of the Parliamentary Service Commission must be considered by the Senate as it directly affects the Senate's ability to undertake its constitutional mandate, including its ability to consider bills that affect counties. In this regard, moving forward, in terms of the legislative procedures, any bill that provides for or touches on the mandate or powers of the Parliamentary Service Commission shall be forwarded to the Senate after passage by this House for consideration. Honourable members, secondly, the Court also did make orders in regard to our legislative procedures relating to the rules of this House, and I quote, "Where the speakers of the House concur that a bill is one that concerns counties pursuant to Article 1094, the bill must be passed in accordance with Articles 110 to 113, 122 and 123 of the Constitution and the standing orders of both houses, and is not subject to Article 114 of the Constitution." Honourable members, Article 114 of the Constitution is the provision on money bills, and the finding of the court is that where the speakers of the houses agree that a bill is one that concerns county governments, then such a bill shall not be subject to Article 114 of the Constitution. The Court of Appeal, however, observed the following in paragraph 127 of the judgment with respect to money bills, and I wish to quote the distinguished judges. Quote, "It is instructive that unlike Article 1094 of the Constitution, where application of Article 110.3 of the Constitution is expressly required, in the case of enactment of money bills, the Constitution is silent on the involvement of the Senate. As such, it is safe to conclude that all money bills pass through the Speaker of the National Assembly, whether commenced by the Senate or in the National Assembly for him or her to ascertain whether or not it is a money bill, and all money bills subjected to the Budgetary Committee, dependent upon their outcome, are passed by the National Assembly without reference to the Senate." Close the quote. Honourable members, I also note that the High Court, in its judgment, and also declared the National Assembly standing under 143, which requires bills originating from the Senate to be subjected to the money bill determination as offending the Constitution. The Court of Appeal did not, however, make any determination on standing order 143, as it was not part of the items that were set for determination at the appeal. Indeed, the Court of Appeal also observed in paragraph 260 of this judgment as follows, and allow me to quote, "We note that there was no appeal in respect of standing order number 143, clause 2 and to 6, which was also declared and considered by the High Court. This being the case, there was nothing for us to determine in this regard." Honourable members, in light of the foregoing, the High Court judgment which declared National Assembly standing order 143 and Constitution still stands. Additionally, I also note that the Court of Appeal in its orders also declared that provisions of standing order 121, subsection 2 of the National Assembly standing orders, which provide for the procedure for consideration of bills concerning county government, is inconsistent with Articles 1094 and 110 to 113 of the Constitution, and therefore null and void. Honourable members, to this end, it may be prudent that the Procedure and House Rules Committee, which is currently undertaking a review of the standing orders, does also undertake a review of standing orders 121 and 143 with a view to aligning them with the Constitution as guided by the court decisions. Honourable members, finally, the Court of Appeal also did make a determination on our cross petition, which we had filed in the High Court. You will indeed recall that the National Assembly had also filed a cross petition in the High Court seeking, among other things, the following declarations on a number of constitutional questions which are of concern to the members of this House. One, we had sought in the cross petition a declaration that the Senate had a limited role of oversight of state and state organs under Article 145 of the Constitution, limited to considering and determining any resolution to remove the President or the Deputy President. Two, a declaration that to the extent that the Senate has established committees duplicating the mandate of the committees of this House and purporting to exercise oversight over matters that fall in the exclusive domain of this House, the Senate of Kenya is in violation of the Constitution. Three, we had also sought a declaration that the Senate purported action of establishing and facilitating and or causing to be facilitated committees duplicating the mandate of the committees of the National Assembly and county assemblies amounts to imprudent and irresponsible spending of public money contrary to Article 201 of the Constitution. Fourthly, we had also sought a declaration that the National Assembly and the sole mandate of approving persons nominated by the President as state or public officers to serve in state office and public office in the national government. 5, we had also sought a declaration that Article 95, clauses 4 and 5, confer the National Assembly the exclusive mandate of oversight of state officers. And lastly, we had also sought a declaration that establishment of the offices of the Senate, leaders of the majority and minority, through Senate Standing Order numbers 19 and 20, is contrary to Article 108 of the Constitution, as the offices are not created or established or contemplated anywhere in the Constitution. Honourable members, it is notable that the High Court converted the National Assembly's cross petition to a response to the consolidated petition and failed to consider the issues raised therein. In this regard, the Court of Appeal held that the cross petition raised significant constitutional issues, and the High Court ought to have given procedural guidance on dispensing with the issues. To this end, the Court of Appeal, in its judgment, made the following order, and I quote: "We hereby remit the appellant's cross petition filed in Nairobi High Court Constitutional Petition number 284 of 2019 back to the High Court for consideration and determination of prayers numbers 7 to 22 of the cross petition." Close the quotes. Honourable members, in light of the foregoing, I will be giving directions to the Clerk of the National Assembly and our legal counsel on how to proceed as with respect to implementing the orders of the Court of Appeal in this regard. Honourable members, having highlighted the orders of the Court of Appeal, and even as we proceed as guided by the Court of Appeal, allow me to also note that there may be ensuing issues arising from the manner in which the Senate had applied the High Court judgment, which has since been set aside. One of the ensuing issues was the erroneous interpretation and application by the Senate of the High Court judgment, where it did proceed to republish bills when this House was already seized of similar Senate bills which were undergoing consideration at different stages by the committees and the House. Honourable members, as I have guided this House before, I shall stand guided by the reports of the relevant committees considering similar versions of Senate bills on their determination on which of the bills should be proceeded with and accorded priority in the House. The other ensuing issue arising from the erroneous application of the High Court judgment is in respect to the National Assembly bills in the Senate, whose consideration the Speaker of the Senate had halted on the grounds that no resolution had been made between the two speakers in terms of Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution. To this end, and in light of the Court of Appeal judgment, I shall be consulting my distinguished colleague and counterpart in the Senate for reconsideration of his decision halting the consideration of the National Assembly bills in the Senate. In this regard, I have in mind the Kenya National Library Service Bill 2020, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill 2019, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2019, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill 2020, the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2019, whose consideration was stopped in the Senate. Honourable members, from what I have just highlighted, you will agree with me that the legal dispute between the two houses and the different interpretations of the High Court judgment adopted by both houses was threatening to frustrate the legislative business of Parliament, its committees, and individual members, and the continued relationship between the two houses. It had also threatened to negate the legislative authority of the institution of Parliament as provided for in Articles 94, 95, and 96 of the Constitution. Honourable members, I must therefore commend the judges of the Court of Appeal for settling all the pertinent constitutional issues, and more so for upholding the Constitution and the High Court decision in the famous Pevans East Africa case by applying, in brackets, the pith and substance test to establish whether a bill concerns county governments. Please join me in lauding the members of this House who have been instrumental in offering counsel on the matter, the Clerk of the National Assembly, our internal and external counsel for their contributions and enriching submissions to the case, which made it a success. Honourable members, I'm however cognizant of the fact that the judgment of the Court of Appeal does not call for celebrations, as it is not a case of who has won or who has lost. It calls for sobriety. More so, it should be seen as a learning lesson for both houses to live in committee and restrain from taking each other to court. Indeed, when we drag each other to court, it is the people of Kenya who lose. Yet they are the very reason that the two houses were established. When legislative processes of either house stop, it only means that Parliament cannot use or exercise its legislative power to respond to the issues of concern to the people. I therefore call on both houses to work together and collectively serve our people, remembering that in the end, whenever there is a court dispute between houses, it shall never be a question of which house won, but rather, how did Wanjiko lose? Consequently, with the citizen in mind as Parliament, we must therefore always find ways of amicably settling our disputes outside of the courts. To this end, I will continue engaging my distinguished colleague and counterpart in the Senate with a view to unlocking any impulse that may arise in the legislative processes. Honourable members, in summary, following the decision of the Court of Appeal, my guidance is as follows. 1, that the leader of the majority party or the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives reintroduces a bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Circle Societies Act as contemplated in the Circle Societies Amendment Act number 16 of 2018, which was declared unconstitutional by the Court of Appeal, for expeditious reconsideration by the House. To ensure expedited processing of the said bill by the House, the republished bill is not to contain any matters outside the impugned Act. 2, that in respect to the amendments made to sections 3 and 4 of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Act, as contained in the Health Laws Amendment Act number 5 of 2019, the Departmental Committee on Health does consider proposing the amendments to the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2021 at the committee stage for consideration by the House. 3, that the bills which after passage by this House and referral to the Senate were stopped from proceeding at the Senate be resent to the Senate for its consideration and decision in light of the interim orders given by the Appellate Court on 2nd February 2021 and the final orders given on the 19th of November 2021. This includes the Kenya National Library Service Bill 2020, Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill 2019, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2019, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill 2020, and the National Youth Council Amendment Bill 2019. 4, that as part of the ongoing end-term review of the standing orders, the Procedure and House Rules Committee undertakes a review of standing orders number 121 and 143 with a view to aligning the provisions with the Constitution as guided by the appellate courts. In the meantime, we will be guided by the text of the judgment of the appellate courts. Number 5, that with respect to the orders of the Court of Appeal regarding the cross petition number 284 of 2019 by the National Assembly, in which the National Assembly sought about 16 declaratory orders against the Senate, I will be giving direction to the Clerk of the National Assembly and our Council on how to proceed to implement the order of the Court of Appeal. The House is accordingly informed and guided. I thank you, members. What's the point of order? Honorable. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the Court of Appeal, the Speaker's office, the Clerk's office, because, Mr. Speaker, out of the 21 statutes out of the 23 which were challenged by the Speaker, 21 the Court of Appeal has confirmed to be constitutional. Mr. Speaker, all those 23 had my signature as the leader of majority. For the Senate challenged only the government bills. And Mr. Speaker, for 7.5 years I was the leader of majority under your leadership and the clerk. We were arguing and saying that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was very explicit on the roles of a bicameral parliament, Mr. Speaker. That, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya had given the Senate very limited mandate. And this judgment, Mr. Speaker, of the Court of Appeal is very clear, and it has placed the Senate in its place within the reading of the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, if you read the legislative powers from Article 109 all the way to Article 114, it is very clear, crystal clear, day and night, the drafters of our Constitution knew what they were saying. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, today we can say that the Senate never again will they encroach on the National Assembly mandate. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear, and you have said it a number of times, that the Constitution said any bill can originate, a member of parliament can originate any bill in the bicameral parliament. The function of budgetary and taxation and the finance bill was exclusively an appropriation bill for the National Assembly. The vetting of public and state officers, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, in the Constitution. And, Mr. Speaker, you have seen it over and over again, that there are committees of this House mandated by the Constitution, not even the standing orders, that are being duplicated in the Senate. Speaker, the people of Kenya, and I have nothing against the Senate. In fact, in 2011, in the 11th Parliament, we said even the leadership of this country, they knew the reason those who came to the National Assembly, they knew why they were coming to the National Assembly. They knew the powers of the National Assembly. And those who went to the Senate, and you know the first Senate, Mr. Speaker, was more like a house of old men. That's why you saw the Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the Kiraitu Murungi, the Yusuf Haji, the late Yusuf Haji. You know, those are the pioneers of the Senate. Now, the young, energetic members who went to the Senate realized, you know, Senator Hassan Omar, Boni Khalwale, they realized that this House has no mandate, has no powers. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very, very clear. Mr. Speaker, the other issue which we did, which was very important, Honorable Badi now will agree with me, for 7 years, we were dealing with this matter of the cross petition, whether the officers of leadership was provided for in the Constitution, the leadership in the Senate. And the Speaker, I hope the Auditor General is watching this issue, that the leader of majority and the leader of minority is provided for in Article 108. Ideally, the leader of minority in this House is supposed to be in charge of his numbers, the minority side in the Senate. And Honorable Kimunya is supposed to be the leader of majority in both houses. So, Speaker, that is what the Constitution says. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened? What happened? People decided to use the Senate standing orders. And based on this, I really want to say that the High Court, this matter was very good, Mr. Speaker. We asked the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, the Attorney General Emeritus, Professor Gideon Mugai, and the current one, please, can government, because we saw ministers, Minister for Interior, Minister for Foreign Affairs, appearing in the Senate. So we asked the Attorney General, can you initiate? But, Mr. Speaker, this cross petition by the National Assembly concerning the establishment of these offices, we need to pursue it. We need to pursue it, and those leaders who occupy those offices, past and present, must be surcharged for all the monies. The Auditor General must surcharge them. Mr. Speaker, the ball is in you. If you choose the Senate, you choose a House. It's not like the Senate of the US. So, Mr. Speaker, This is a momentous day. Article 110(3) is very clear. And Mr. Speaker, now you must use your powers. You only decide where the question arises. Yeah, bills of this House should not just go to the Senate. A decision now will be by the Speaker. I beg to ask you, Mr. Speaker, finally, last week I asked you on the Article 132, the President's address, which is very important constitutional day.
No, we've addressed the issue. We've addressed that. Yeah, we have addressed. The earlier communication was about announcing that decision, but we are still following with waiting for the technical advice. So far they have said we maintain the numbers, but we will still will be able to observe social distance. Honorable Wamalo.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed true. It's a win-win for both houses. And as you clearly put it, Mr. Speaker, the question you should be asking, how much is Wanjiko losing? Mr. Speaker, I want to salute the distinguished judges for the wonderful direction they've given, Mr. Speaker. I know these both houses have been together, and I sympathize with you, Mr. Speaker. I remember even the last parliament, on matters of the division of revenue, which Honorable Badi argued very well on the floor of this House. You know how much it costed when they went to court on that matter, Mr. Speaker. And it's my prayer that from now henceforth, Mr. Speaker, the Senate should be given a copy of this decision. And it will be nice, Mr. Speaker, for them to also look at it and on the floor of the House so that they can also comment on it. Because we want to move together, Mr. Speaker, as one family. And the siblings rivalry, Mr. Speaker, we've been having, actually, Mr. Speaker, it was uncalled for. Because when you read the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. The Senate participates. It is this House that enacts laws. And from that determination, Mr. Speaker, it shows clearly that the National Assembly is an upper house, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying. From today henceforth, I think the rivalry, sibling rivalry has been there. It must come to an end so that they accept that they are the lower house and we move together as a family. But, Mr. Speaker, they continue participating. On the issue of the leadership, it is true this matter has been there. And Honorable Badi has mentioned it very clearly. And I think in Article 226, anybody maybe has consumed the money, they should be surcharged. That money should be paid back, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people cannot continue bashing this other house, and yet they didn't follow the Constitution. And when
Honorable Kiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, in effect, although the circumstances call for celebration, I think what should come uppermost in our mind is the goodwill. We should invoke goodwill and magnanimity in the winning, so that we approach the other house in a way that they will feel reasonably subdued in a way that is not punitive. Because I think just like the Bible, our Bible tells us that litigation all the time is not solution to matters. Equally, Mr. Speaker, we have there is a matter that is not touched, that was remitted back to the High Court. That matter concerns the conflict between the committees. Recently, Mr. Speaker, we have one occasion where the Chief Justice refused to appear before the Senate on the basis that these matters had already been decided and deliberated on by the committee, my committee in the National Assembly. So this is a very urgent matter that the conflict now, apparent committee conflict appearing between the committees should be resolved. So the hearing in the appeal I think the ranking member.
Honorable Undo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I think I want to go on record that indeed, since I came here, I have literally wondered, what is the role of Senate? I had an opportunity to read the Constitution, and my understanding was very clear. They were supposed to participate in lawmaking in strictly matters relating to the counties. Where they got the audacity to believe they can actually deal with all matters in this country was something that has always baffled me for so long as I've always been here. Many occasions when we have had meetings with them, it has always ended up in such a acrimonious manner. Honorable Speaker, I remember went for the mediation in the Land Use and Fiscal Planning Act, plus the one for value rating. And the Honorable Speaker, it was such a show that actually ashamed me to the level of misunderstanding of the role and context what Senate needs to do. Honorable Speaker, I think the remaining issue here is the cross petition. We must settle this matter as soon as possible so that we avoid duplication of roles, wastage of time, and wastage of public resources. I wonder what role the Senate has to summon the director or IG. What role the Senate has to deal with foreign affairs issues. Honorable Speaker, we need to conclude this matter for the benefit of the people of Kenya. It's not about you, it's not about us, but it's about the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that this is one of the best decisions that the Court of Appeal has produced this year. The first one was actually the BBI, and this is the second one. Number two, this decision would actually go into our universities where our children, using the principle of stare decisis, use that decision for purposes of scholarship. Thirdly, the Senate has actually, and they should understand its place, that in as far as matters national are concerned, this is a preserve of this House. Mr. Speaker, allow me to wave into the cross appeal, which now becomes a substantive suit in the High Court. First and foremost, I commend you, Mr. Speaker, because you've been asking what roles these Senate officers are doing when actually the Constitution is silent on them. Therefore, the High Court should actually stretch its mind to interpret what we are asking them to do and make those declarations. Anybody who is in the Senate and has earned money, strictly speaking, unconstitutionally and illegally, has only one remedy upon himself or herself. It's a surcharge by the government, and the money should actually be refunded or recovered. Thank you.
Member for Kisumu Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for not just highlighting the judgment of the Court of Appeal, but analyzing it and dissecting it in a scholarly and lawyerly manner. You made it clear for even non-lawyers in the Senate to understand that judgment clearly. Mr. Speaker, you have been very modest in saying that there's no winner. But I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that although the Constitution says that Parliament means the National Assembly and the Senate, out of this House, Kenyans know that Parliament is the National Assembly. There's no other Parliament. They call us MPs, and they call the other House senators. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we must commend our legal department. They have done a very good job in coordinating with external lawyers. And I'm proud, many of them were now leading that directorate, were interviewed in the 10th Parliament by myself and others when I was a commissioner. They are doing an exemplary job in the legal department. And this judgment is going to make it clear to the other House that actually they are boxing above their weight. That is a fact they must understand. Mr. Speaker, this judgment is superb in all respects. And I want to tell the House that the judgment you have just dissected gives direction to the High Court so that when the issues they didn't deal with,
are referred back for reconsideration, they know which direction to take. Mr. Speaker, if there's anybody in the Senate who is imagining that they should take this matter further to the Supreme Court, they'll be wasting public money and judicial time. Mr. Speaker, I stand here feeling very proud about this judgment, and thank you very much for dissecting it for us.
Well, honourable members, just comments. Let's go to business. Honourable Sankok, this one, you also want to weigh in this one?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, first of all, thank you very much for your guidance. And I know today your guidance is top-notch, and it will be used as reference beyond our borders and even in years to come. Honorable Speaker, and again through your judgment, I've just realized that Senate is just an amorphous political civil society that should be dealing with cattle dips, dump sites, control of rabies in dogs, and markets, Honorable Speaker, on top of lateral revenue allocation formula between the 47 counties, but nothing else more than that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and from this judgment, all the monies that have been used in legal fees should be charged in all senators that participated in such matters, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, imagine recently, I also saw them enjoying themselves in Saudi Arabia, purporting to go and investigate the issue of labor export, which is squarely under the committee of this House on labor and social welfare, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and because my chairman is here, I implore upon him, Honorable Speaker, to accept their report as a memorandum, just like any other memorandum from civil societies, any other memorandum from survivors from Saudi Arabia, any other memorandum from recruitment agencies, Honorable Speaker, and then we put into our report, Honorable Speaker, which will be tabled in this House very soon, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. You are always a mobile encyclopedia when it comes to the legal matters, Honorable Speaker, and we do support your presidential bind in 2022. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Member Vonyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Listening to cartoon in the name of Lesan Kok, you are left baffled. But Honorable Speaker, thank you for that quite elaborate and in-depth analysis of the court findings. Honorable Speaker, I've always believed that if senators really wanted to be serious, there's a lot of work to be done.
There's an intervention by the Honorable Olagwaluch.
The Speaker, as much as Honorable Kello may not agree with Honorable Sankori, is it not to call him a cartoon?
Did you call Honorable Kello, did you call Honorable Sankok a cartoon?
Yes, I did, and he didn't have any problem with that, because indeed he is. But Honorable Speaker, if we are to make progress, there is a lot of work on the ground for senators to do.
Now he's complaining.
Now he's complaining. All right, I withdraw. Yes. He is my friend. He's my friend. So, Honorable Speaker, I have seen many cases when ministers or cabinet secretaries still present themselves before the Senate, even on matters that are under investigation and live in this House. Last week, the CS for Sports appeared before the Senate. And from my recollection, sports wasn't devolved down to the counties. So we need to really give, as this judgment has done, a very proper analysis of what they need to be doing for our counties there. But, Honorable Speaker, some of which have been alluded to by my friend, Honorable Sankok. You know, you talk about sanitization on the ground, you talk about clearing dogs with rabies, and many things that they should keep themselves busy doing, unless they are saying that they quickly sanitize.
Now, members, let's proceed now with business. There is need to sanitize many places. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. And one is the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2021 and the certificates therein. A, the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project by the State Department for Transport, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Staff House Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Number two, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. One, the National Authority for Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, the Kenya Universities and College Central Placement Service, the Technical University of Kenya, the Kenya Education Management Institute, the National Environment Trust Fund, non-governmental organizations, NGOs Coordination Board, and the National Transport and Safety Authority. Number three, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. And the constituencies are Ganze, Madera, Ainabkoi, and Kisauni. Number four, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificates therein, and this being Kigumo and Odaya. Number five, the report of the Auditor General and financial statements for the Kenya Wildlife Service for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificate therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Vice Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Was that Honorable Shinali?
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration on the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021.
The Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of the public petition regarding gazettement of Kitui as hardship area, 2, public petition regarding accessing national identity cards by the Nubian community, and 3, fact-finding reports regarding forceful eviction of the resident of Nduguini, Makima, ward of Mbere South constituency.
Vice Chair, Trade, Industry and Cooperatives Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2020. Thank you.
Finally, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021. The Asian Widows and Orphans Pensions Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2021. The Provident Fund Repeal Bill 2021, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2021. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill 2021, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2021. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment number 2, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2021. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
All right, next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Fatuma Gedi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding forceful eviction of the resident of Nduguini Makima Ward of Mbere South Constituency, laid on the table of this House Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Kajiado North, Honorable Manje.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is question 449 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the whereabouts of an infant who had been abandoned, later rescued on 5th October 2021 in Ongatarongai area, Kajiado County, and taken to Nairobi Women Hospital, Ongatarongai branch, in the same town for medical treatment, but later reported missing from the hospital a few days thereafter? What measures does the ministry have to ensure that medical institutions and facilities are able to account for unidentified persons who are taken in for treatment?
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Health. Next question by the member for Tharaka, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to ask question number 473 of 2021, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Mr. Kamui Joshua Munene, TSC number 505757, Mr. Muteria Aaron Mutugi, TSC number 480686, Mr. Jafet Kirimi Mudhwe, TSC number 535767, Ms. Ellen K. Njagi, TSC number 392191, Ms. Nyaga Priscilla Kagendo, TSC number 366144, Mr. Peter Ntoiti Ngochi, TSC number 508176, Ms. Rose Katweri Njeru, TSC number 423450, and Ms. Purity N. Gideon, TSC number 345212, who were appointed as senior teachers in the year 2017, are yet to be issued with appointment letters as required under Teacher Service Commission's policy on human resource. Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the timelines within which their respective appointment letters shall be released to them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Meru County, the Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is 476 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, Social Security and Services. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the process of implementation and disbursement of the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program in Meru County? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an updated list of the beneficiaries of the program in Meru County and also state the eligibility criteria to enable potential applicants to submit the application details? Number 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure timely disbursement of funds to the beneficiaries of this program in Meru County? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Last question by the member for Wudanyi, the Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakuoma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise to ask a question number 489 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide names of all firms which own communication masts and installations at the Vuria Hill in Wundanyi constituency? Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the road leading to the said installations have not been maintained and why the owners of the masts have failed to carry out the corporate social responsibility projects for the community living in the area, particularly in Mugange, Mwanda area. Considering that the masts and installations have occupied and disenfranchised the community of a recreational site and a viable area for tourism purposes. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether any
Public Works initiated a project of the construction and rehabilitation of up to 400 kilometers of road, mainly in the foremost settlement areas in Nairobi City County? The plan, as announced, was intended to upgrade the roads to cabro and bitumen standards. The cabro roads were to benefit the densely populated areas, mostly in the informal settlement areas in the Dagoretti South constituency, and particularly Reruta, Waithaka, and Gando. Honorable Speaker, the construction of the said roads project commenced in January 2020. However, the contractors have ignored some of the basic engineering principles in the construction of these roads, such as the standard width of a road, the drainage system, the ground preparation, the quality of the construction materials, and the coordination between the contractor, the forepersons, and the implementing agency, amongst other issues. Honorable Speaker, now concerned that this program is about to be concluded, works in most of the major roads prioritized for the upgrade are yet to commence. A case in point, Mr. Speaker, is Mbereri Road, that was prioritized as road number 2 in the priority list work plan, and which to date remains unattended to, even after the demolition and relocation of structures and utility installations to pave way for the road construction were carried out. Other major roads prioritized include Wambiri Road, Jerusalem Road, and Wairimo Road, among many others, which have since been abandoned. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. 1, Mr. Speaker, could the chairperson provide the status of the roads project in Dagoretti South constituency, which were prioritized in this program by the Ministry for upgrade to bitumen or cabro standards? 2, what are the timelines for the completion of the said roads project? And 3, Mr. Speaker, what measures are in place to ensure the quality of these roads that are being constructed? Mr. Speaker, I do profusely thank you. I signed these on the 17th of November 2021. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson. Vice Chair. Request will be channeled through the Office of the Leader of Majority. Next order.
Order number 8, the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019, second reading. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded, and what remained was a question to be put, which I hereby do. The radiographers, I put a question that the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make provisions for the training, registration, and licensing of radiographers, to regulate their practice, to provide for the establishment, powers, and functions of the Radiographers Board of Kenya, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report on a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services.
Members, again, debate on this motion was concluded. I therefore put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021.
Thank you. Honorable Duale, what's your intervention about?
No, Chair, I came to the House this afternoon because I was told my statement by Chair for Finance on Kenya Bureau of Statistics will be given to me this afternoon. So if we have passed, then maybe tomorrow I'll be ready. I got an email from the clerk to that committee.
It was ready?
That my statement is ready and it will be read by the chair this afternoon.
It was not indicated.
So maybe tomorrow?
Honorable Wanga, will you be able to read the statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The statement is ready, so we can read it tomorrow or on Thursday. Either tomorrow or Thursday.
So which one? Tomorrow afternoon or morning?
Tomorrow afternoon is fine.
Afternoon?
Yes.
Very well. The response will be read tomorrow. So what is the leader majority? You are the one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, members will be aware that we deliberated on a revamped PPP bill, or Public-Private Partnership Bill, to bring it into the modern reality and to update what had been considered in this House, taken to the Senate, taken through mediation, but then in the process of all that, we discovered there were lots of other things that were not captured, and especially when it comes to issues to do with sorting out the issue of the cost of doing business and removing hurdles and bottlenecks that were entrenched into the previous bills. So the Public-Private Partnership Bill then sailed through this House and found itself into the Senate because obviously it also meant that there will be PPP projects at the county level. And I want to thank the Senate committee because it's taken uncharacteristically a very short time to actually look through this bill, noting that we actually have bills that were referred there in 2018. I think we have about 20 bills that were referred to the Senate and are still at different stages of processing. But on this, the reason to the occasion and proved that with goodwill, in fact, even the 20 could well have been processed. So basically, when the Senate did review, they came up with an amendment, clause 6. Again, it's just about adding the principal secretary in charge of the State Department responsible for matters relating to infrastructure. And on clause 13, again, they came up with an amendment, basically inserting a time limit of 21 days for the evaluation of a report. Previously, we didn't have that timeline. In clause 75, the Senate did do some tinkering here and there to basically, I think what they've done is they've enriched the bill. They have looked at the amendments and going by our earlier discussion and the court ruling, you actually will be surprised that really there's no amendment that has been brought here that relates to functions of counties or the counties or county government. But be that as may, I think they've still gone ahead and improved on the bill. We've had discussions with the Treasury, and I'm sure the committee will confirm, and we can live with this amendment rather than go through a to and from situation, which will then lead to mediation, and we don't have the luxury of that time. So I want to implore members that we take it, that we thank the Senate for enriching our bill, for that whatever they've done can only be better for the bill. There's nothing unbecoming, there's nothing controversial, and hence I would wish to urge the House that we accept in total the amendment by the Senate so that we can move to the Committee of the Whole House and give life to this process of public-private partnerships. I don't want to go through the background of why we needed PPPs, because this House deliberated on this bill and was conscious of why they were passing it. But the only thing that has been added is really the issues that have been brought by the Senate as part of enrichment of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I really don't want to take time on a very straightforward matter. I want to implore the House that we team up together, we pass this bill so that come next week, we have the best Christmas gifts for future investors, for our infrastructure sector, is that we now have a modern public-private partnership bill, which will then be an act that will sort out our contractual obligations and contractual issues into the future, so that by the time we are looking at the next, expressway, by the time we're looking at the Mau Summit Expressway, when we're looking at all those other PPPs, at all those, at least now we have a law that we can refer to and see that everything is done in accordance with the will of this House. Mr. Speaker, with those words, I beg to move, and I ask the Honorable Gladys Wanga, the Chair of Finance and Planning, to second.
Honorable Wanga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second, and as has been mentioned by the Leader of Majority, essentially the amendments that have been made by the Senate are not fundamentally altering what the National Assembly had considered. In some instances, they've just brought in detail that's making the bill better. So, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we did not see the need to disagree or go into mediation. While some we did not necessarily agree with, but they were not fundamental in nature to necessitate mediation. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second.
Members, I propose a question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, be now considered. Honorable Undo.
Honorable Speaker, I think I sat here as we debated plus the Committee of the Whole House. PPE is the way to go, because increasingly the government is not going to have funds to undertake anything. But probably the most important, that by accepting all the amendments that are proposed, we are sending a very clear message to Senate that we are not interested in sibling rivalry. What is good for Kenya is good for Kenya, and I want to implore members that let us pass those amendments, because we have so many pending projects in the pipeline that requires to be funded. This Kenya has to develop, and we have to develop in a hurry. We have no luxury of time. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Wamalwa. Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi.
Mr. Speaker, this is in respect to the earlier process. I was going to request the Chair for Finance to confirm when she will table the public debt bill. She said she should almost ready it, so it's not on this. Thank you.
Honorable Sotsi, on this one.
Mr. Speaker, I think I want to contribute to the next item.
Okay.
Not this one.
Honorable Wangwe. Honorable, I'm just following the the request. Honorable Lesonet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this bill, we need it like yesterday, Mr. Speaker, so that private sector can commit resources towards large investments and large projects, Mr. Speaker, and especially projects, Mr. Speaker, that have a way of raising its own money. And it is the reason, Mr. Speaker, that I stand here today to support. And Mr. Speaker, and as we do that, we also need to encourage the county governments, Mr. Speaker, that for them to be able to give out and have first-class facilities, specifically in medical, large water projects, Mr. Speaker, roads at the counties which make commercial sense, they need to go this way, Mr. Speaker, this way of public-private partnership, so that they don't just rely on the equitable share or on funding from national government for them to do projects that will impact on lives now. Mr. Speaker, this would also enable the government, the national government, and equally the county governments to channel resources which would otherwise have gone into large projects to social projects, Mr. Speaker. Projects which are of social nature, they make no commercial sense. And Mr. Speaker, with those very few remarks, I support, Mr. Speaker, this amendment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if the members who are, they could, I take it that there are no more contributions. Maybe now, since there's nobody else who has made a request, move her to reply. Honorable Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank members for their brief contribution to this bill, and it shows the depth of interaction and interrogation of the original bill when it was in this House, and the faith they have in us convincing them that we are happy with what the Senate has done. So I want to thank members, and once again also to thank the Senate for the speedy consideration of the bill, and ask them to also speedily process the other bills that are in the Senate, so that we can close the year with all the work that's been done by the National Assembly turning into law, and hopefully all the work that's been done by the Senate also turning into law before we are back for the next session. With those few remarks, I reply.
Fellow honour members, we are still proceeding to the next stage of the bill. I therefore put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, be now considered. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole House to consider number 1, Senate amendment to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021. There are not too many. Yes, just hold on for a minute. We just put our table here in order. We are ready? Okay, so we will start.
Senate amendment to clause 6.
I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 6 be now approved. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Should I say that it should be approved?
Chair, you have to seek approval and explain why it should be approved.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I beg to move that Senate amendment to clause 6 be approved by the House. Essentially, we had made a proposal or an amendment to remove the principal secretary serving in the State Department for Infrastructure from the membership of the committee, the privatization committee. The reason is there are several projects. There could be water, energy, and so on. So we thought these PSs should be added on needs basis, but Senate disagreed and said we should return the one in charge of infrastructure, probably because most PPPs are infrastructure related. So, Honorable Chair, we agree and we beg that it is approved. I beg to move.
I see interest from the Honorable Oundo.
Honorable Chair, as much as the amendment looks harmless, and this probably indicates the limited understanding of PPP in generality, because we are going to have very many projects that probably are not physical in nature that are going to be initiated under private-public partnership. But as we have said, in the spirit of accommodating our Senate colleagues, let it go through, but I foresee we might have to amend because there will be so many other projects in other sectors that require the cooperation. That's why the House had made on a need-to-need basis. But nevertheless, we let it go.
The Honorable Bunyasi.
Thank you, respectfully. I was waiting for this, but I had something small to say on this. I think the experience to date has largely been in the large infrastructure, both transport, but also water, for example. So I guess it's in energy. So I guess that it's in that spirit that this is going forward. I also think we should go with it.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 6 be now approved. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 33.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 33 be now approved. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Senate amendment to clause 33 be approved by the House. And the Senate there is just adding a timeline within which the evaluation report should be produced. So if you bring your proposal for a PPP, they are saying that it should be done within 21 days. It should be considered within 21 days, which we had not done earlier. So I think this is a useful addition. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 33 be now approved as moved by the chair. I see interest from the Honorable Shamala.
Thank you, Chair. I do really want to support this amendment. I think it's important that in an area and a sphere so big of public-private partnerships, that we do have timelines with regards, and more specifically to this amendment. It seals all loopholes of trying to curry favor and maybe delays which may lead to corruption. So with those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Ounda, you still have something to this? Very well. I then now put the question that the Senate amendments to clause 33 be now approved. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 75.
I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 75 be now approved. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that the Senate amendments to clause 75 be approved by the House. And this amendment, Honorable the Chair, is to reduce the number of people appointed by the Cabinet Secretary from 5 to 4, and then increase the number of people coming from the Council of Governors from 1 to 2. So that's the gist of the amendment. So the Cabinet Secretary is supposed to appoint 5 people to the Appeals Committee, and so we are reducing them to 4. And then the Council of Governors is supposed to appoint 1, they're increasing it to 2. So we agreed with the Senate on that. And also the part B is if you're aggrieved with the decision of the committee, the Senate is providing that within 7 days of the decision, you can make an application for review. So I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I now propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 75 be approved as moved by the chair. I now put the question that the Senate amendments to clause 75 be now approved. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 75A.
Chair, you should now move for second reading of this new clause.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new clause 75A from the Senate be now read a second time. Essentially, here, the Senate is introducing this appeals committee so that if the PPP committee, the projects committee of the PPP does not approve your project or you feel aggrieved, then you have a place where you can complain. And they are setting out that the CS shall designate a public officer to serve as secretary to the committee. The person shall be an advocate of the High Court with at least 7 years standing. The remuneration shall be determined by the SRC. We do A only, not B. We do
Yes.
one at a time.
It is one at a time.
Okay, so I'll do A, which is the designation of the Cabinet Secretary appointing the Secretary. I beg to move that this 75A be now read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 75A be now read a second time. I see interest from the Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support the new clause by the Chair, especially reading 75A together with 75A1 together with 2. Honorable Chair, it's important that a secretary be designated. And in any setup, Honorable Chair, like this one, if the secretary shall have a standing of a capacity of an advocate of the High Court, especially with 7 years standing, then that would be a good suggestion, Chair. Therefore, I support.
Honorable members, I now put the question that new clause 75A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair? Just hold on. Just hold on, Chair. Yes, it is my part. I now propose the question that new clause 75A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 75A be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75B.
Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new clause 75B by the Senate be now read a second time. And this is just outlining that the members of the committee shall be paid salaries and allowances as the Cabinet Secretary shall, in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Committee, determine. I beg to move.
I propose the question that new clause 75B be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 75B be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 75B be part of the bill. I put the question that new clause 75B be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75C.
Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new clause 75C from the Senate be now read a second time. And this speaks to the issue of conflict of interest. That if you're a member of the committee and you have direct or indirect interest on a matter, then you should recuse yourself and declare your interest and recuse yourself. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker. Chair.
I propose the question that new clause 75C be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 75C be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clause 75C be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 75C be part of the bill? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 75D.
Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new clause 75D, 1 and 2, from the Senate be now read a second time. And new clause 75D1 speaks to the offenses that a person shall not commit in dealing with a committee. So failing to provide information required without justification, fail to provide information within reasonable time, submitting false or misleading information, misrepresenting or knowingly misleading a member of the committee, or interfering with or exerting undue influence on any member of the committee. Those shall constitute offenses. And 2 speaks to what kind of penalty those offenses shall attract. And it will be a fine not exceeding 500,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year or to both. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that new clause 75D be now read a second time. I see interest from the Honorable Undo.
Chair, it is a good amendment, but I'm just curious, we probably need a further explanation. Why would matters that will fall under the penal code be included here? Things like assault, threatening, obstructing, those kind of things, Honorable Chair, are already adequately covered in the penal code, and I would really have imagined members of the Senate would have known that very clear. But nevertheless, I find probably the chair could further explain why that was sustained, knowing that very well this is a matter already covered in the penal code. Thank you.
I see no other interest in this. I therefore now propose the question that new clause 75D be now read a second time. I then put the question that new clause 75D be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that new clause 75D be part of the bill. The Honorable Shamala, you have an interest in this? Very well. I then proceed to put the question that new clause 75D be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But Chair, I was just wondering on this one, this new 75D that we have just passed, where we are saying without a reasonable cause or a lawful excuse to obstruct or hinder, assault or threaten. Can somebody have a lawful cause to assault or to threaten? But this is the law that we have made. We will move on.
New clause 75E.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that new clause 75E by the Senate be now read a second time. And this is just stating that the decree of the committee shall issue its decree, and the decree shall be enforceable in the same manner as the decree of the court. Honorable Chair, on the issue that you're raising, as I said when I was seconding the bill, we did not necessarily absolutely agree with every point the Senate made. But now we just looked at whether these were fundamental enough to result in mediation. That's why we allowed some of the points to pass. That was the main consideration of the committee. Since a big part of the bill, this is a very, very big bill, it has some really fundamental issues. A big part of it was well done by this National Assembly. So we decided that this should not constitute sufficient grounds for mediation. So I will urge Honorable Undo to just bear with us and yourself, Honorable Chair, on these matters, because if they were in our hands fully, we would have probably dealt with them here once and for all. I thank you, Honorable Chair. And I beg to move.
Very well, Chair. I now put the question that the Senate amendment, just hold on, I'll have a retake on that. I then propose the question that new clause 75E be now read a second time. The Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I wish to support this proposed new clause by the Chair. However, I'm a bit reluctant, although in the line that the Chair has said, because I'm very much aware that it's only the Constitution that can give powers to either a place or any organization to set up an equivalent of a court. For instance, Article 125, which makes a committee of the House to have the same powers as those of the High Court of Kenya. Therefore, Honorable Chair, in as much as we support this, in line of what the Chair Finance has said, it's important we put our views so that in future, let our voices be recorded. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I support.
The Honorable Oundo.
Chair, again, I join my colleague, the Majority Whip, in really raising concerns on the text and the wording of that particular 75E. I'm not so sure whether the committee, and I need to be appraised because it has been of time, whether the committee is a tribunal to the sense that has got powers of a court of law. If it doesn't, then obviously that amendment is just superfluous and will have no value at all, or it will be just struck out by any court, because a committee cannot have the power of a court. Probably something I'm not so sure if they sought adequate legal advice, or we just say in the sake for avoiding prolonged mediation, let's just, as we say, probably we used to say in computer, garbage in, garbage out. So probably the chair could explain again so that we understand.
I see no further interest. I therefore now put the question. I put the question that new clause 75E be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But we have done it, Chair. But I hear the Honorable Undo and my brother, the Honorable Wangwe, and of course myself and the Honorable Bunyasi is shaking his head, wondering which court this committee will be equating itself to. Is it the High Court? Is it a tribunal? Is it the Supreme Court? Is it what court? But it is the law that we have made. We have made progress. So, honorable members, I direct that now we consider the perpetuities Yes, we have put the questions on each. Yes, we have completed the consideration of the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill. So it's done. We on 75, we did it on each part. So we have completed it. So we shall now move to the perpetuities and accumulations amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There's no amendment to it. I therefore now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Chair, you have a proposal on this.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 of the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24, 2021, be amended as per the order paper. And this is just to provide that any income of the trust that is not accumulated should be distributed. Honorable Chair, the income shall be distributed to the intended beneficiaries. That's the amendment, Honorable Chair. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. I then put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are done with the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill. We shall now move to reporting. So I will call upon the mover to report on the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We shall move to reporting on the Perpetuities and Accumulations Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Perpetuities and Accumulations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Perpetuities and Accumulations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
At what time are we going to call her? Because I want to leave. Go prepare. Leave. To go to the office. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable members, let's start with the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, and I now call upon the Chair to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also would request the Honorable Wangwe to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second. Thank you.
Order, members. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. We will have to defer the putting of the question until the business comes back in the order paper. And members, let's move to reporting on the perpetuities and accumulations bill. And I call upon the chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Perpetuities and Accumulations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2021, and approved the same with amendments.
Let's have the mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Rosa Buyu to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Buyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Other members? I go on to propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And on the same note, we shall defer the putting of the question until we have it next in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 12, the Asian Widows and Orphans Pensions Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2021. Resumption of debate.
We are resuming debate
on this motion, and I believe that the committee report has been tabled. Yeah, so we had a few members who had made their contributions. It had been moved, seconded, and we had 3 members, Honorable Kenta, Dan Mwashako, and Edith Nyenze had contributed. So we can move on to Honorable Shamala. You want to speak to this? Honorable Shamala, you're on something else, huh? Finance Chair, Honorable Wanga. The Asian Widows and Orphans Pensions. Are you speaking to it?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a contribution to the repeal of the Asian Widows and Orphans Pensions Bill. Honorable Speaker, this repeal is long overdue because the Asian Widows, the fund, was a colonial days fund. In fact, the last time this fund was ever operated was in the 1980s. It was a fund whose returns were being made back to the Crown in the UK. So, Honorable Speaker, since the 1980s, this Asian Widows and Orphans Fund has been dormant. But yet we have an active bill speaking to the issue of the fund. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader for bringing in the repeal, because now, once and for all, we are going to wind up the Asian Widows and Orphans Fund, which is a colonial concept. Now we only have pensions for Kenyans, not separate pensions for Asians, not separate pensions for, Muslims, Christians, Hindus. This was discrimination of the old times. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a timely move to repeal that bill so that we all operate within the context of our pension funds, the NSSF, and other pension funds as regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that came up was whether we are able, our Special Funds Committee here is able to have a terminal kind of audit for this fund, so that we know whether the fund has any assets or liabilities, and what is the status of these as the fund is wound up. So one of the recommendations of the committee is to have, if it's possible, to have an audit, although there was still an argument as to whether we can bring back the documents from the Crown, from the UK, in order to be able to audit them. So this was put in as a proposal. We don't know whether it's practical, but it was put in as a proposal nonetheless. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a straightforward matter. For a fund that has not operated since the 80s, it is not useful to have an operational bill. So once again, the committee agrees with the Majority Leader in proposing to repeal completely this act, and so that we channel all our energies to the current pension mechanisms or social security mechanisms that the country has. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee gives its support to the repeal of this act and thanks the Majority Leader, and I also use this opportunity to thank members of the committee for putting in effort to ensure that this report is turned around within the shortest time possible. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Okwome Adipo, member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support, because honestly, there is no need for this law to exist anymore in the books, because Asians are long gone, and that kind of pension arrangement is also gone. And in addition, we now are RBA taking care of.
Honorable Shamala, what's out of order?
Because
Yes.
I heard the Honorable Member of Parliament saying Asians are long gone. There are a lot of Kenyan Asians. The bill is not about a particular racial grouping, ethnic grouping. It is about the pensions fund, as was explained to us by Honorable Gladys Wangwa, which was a colonial instrument, and that Asians of Kenyan citizens, or Asians who live in Kenya, are still here and still can benefit from pension funds within the new frameworks of the law that we have.
So it's a sort of a point of information, which I don't know if it's clear to the Honorable Member what the Honorable Shamala is saying.
Thank you. But the point I'm making is that we now have RBA, we now have Kenya government making all kinds of arrangements for pensions for the staff. And I therefore support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and incoming Governor of Narok County for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. I know Honorable Wanga is very excited because you, the female members of Parliament, will dominate the governorship in 2022. And most likely, one of you will be the chair of COG. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this one. I support this one, Honorable Speaker, because it is a move that is long overdue. And if a bill has been dormant for more than 30 years, I think it was just in good faith that the committee thought that it is good to do away with it. It's not only because of being dormant, but, Honorable Speaker, it was a kind of segregation and a kind of prejudicing against Asian, pitting them against other Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Because if you have a fund that is specific to a race, Honorable Speaker, you are either saying that race is superior than the rest of us, or the rest of us are superior than that race. That is why we cannot use the same pension. Honorable Speaker, and it was colonial. And you remember in the colonial days, we were, there was a kind of segregation in which even our schools were segregated. There was the African schools, schools for the Africans, there were schools for the whites, there were schools for the Asians, Honorable Speaker. That racial discrimination is what the whole world is against, Honorable Speaker. So if this committee thought that it should repeal it and do away with it altogether so that all Kenyans are treated as equal, Honorable Speaker. In the colonial days, Honorable Speaker, even toilets were kind of, there was segregation, Honorable Speaker. There were toilets that were only used by the whites. Now those which are used by the African, Honorable Speaker. Still, when you go into pension, Honorable Speaker, and put a race that it is, this pension is only reserved for this race, Honorable Speaker. It is a prejudice, and we should all be up in arms against it. Honorable Speaker, what I want also to know from the committee, and I'm sure Honorable Gladys Wanga is listening, the incoming governor of Homa Bay, if there is any amount of money that was left in that fund, if it is there, then what will we do with such an amount of money? Will we reserve it for the Asians, or will we probably decide to give to the weaker members of our society, persons with disabilities, orphans, and vulnerable? No, we are saying it is a bill that deals with a fund. So we want to know the fate of the fund if there was some check balances, if there was some bank balances, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we should know how then the transition will happen when there are bank balances, because once this bill is repealed, it is no longer a bill, it is no longer an act, it will not govern anything. So it's just in good faith to be able to know if then the bank account is reading zero, then we have no problem with it. Honorable Speaker, lastly, we will like Kenyans to learn from this bill as we repeal it and throw it away. What was the import of it? What was it doing? Are our current pension doing the positive things that probably this bill was doing in the late 80s and 70s? Was it serving that particular society, that particular race of the Asian? Can it now serve all the Kenyans so that we don't lose some very important points from a bill just by repealing it? Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I do support.
Honorable John Bunyasi.
Madam Speaker, I support the proposed repealing of the bill, but I'm completely horrified at either our very short memory or lack of research. The arrangements that led to this were part of the architecture of our Lancaster Conference. And later at independence, for those communities that opted to take British citizenship, the agreement was that their pensions would be guaranteed on the other side in Britain. And they gave this management of the pension payment to Crown agents. The fact of the matter is that over time, the amounts were so small that the cost of the Crown agents was exceeding the value of the pensions. I can appreciate all those reasons why I should wind it down. But let's not go on record in the National Assembly of this Republic to say the things we are saying. It shows that we haven't really thought through. I know that people are quite young. They were not there. They can't do it from memory. But we should do research. And I think that whereas we should indeed pursue the timely transitioning of this pension, because I remember when I was on the Public Accounts Committee some years back, when they attempted to go and do a review, many of the pensioners were either not traceable or they found the pension so small. Some had like £5 or something. And the cost of getting to London somewhere was much greater than that. So there are many good reasons why it should be wound down. But for heaven's sake, let us do it in a manner that's consistent with its background. And I think to do that also, there may be need to get an orderly transition between the government of Kenya and the government of the UK. It's not for the reasons of segregation that it was put there. It was that at independence we agreed on everybody to choose where they want to go. So I really think we should do this in the context of why it was set up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Akinyi, member for Kisumu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya makes every Kenyan, regardless of their gender, regardless of their age, regardless of their anything, equal. Madam Speaker, under the Constitution, more so the 2010 Constitution, we are all equal and governed by the supreme law of the country, which is the Constitution. Madam Speaker, there is no way that in the place of this country, we could have a law that discriminates or a law that's specific for a certain group. Madam Speaker, in this moment of the great movement of Kenya, movement of unity, movement of nationalism, movement of oneness, also dubbed as Azimio la Umoja, you cannot have any law or any specific law that is just tied to one group in this country. Madam Speaker, because of that, I stand to support the repeal of the Asian and Orphan of the Asian Widows and Orphan Fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Launda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to give me a chance to contribute to this bill. And probably let me take my colleagues, as Honorable Bunyasa has done, on a journey of history. At independence, there was fear and antagonism and uncertainty whether people of a certain race would remain in Kenya or not. And I think during part of the negotiation for independence, those who did not want to remain in Kenya and had served the crown for many, many years were allowed to relocate from Kenya, and that goes with their pension. Having worked for the country for many years, that went with the pension. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Public Account Committee, and the issue of pension to the people living outside this country is becoming an audit query every single year, for the simple reason that, first of all, tracing the beneficiaries or the dependents is not easy. It has been a problem, and the amount being paid as pension is so meager, so negligible, to an extent that the cost of administering the fund far much outweighs any charge on the consolidated fund. So it has always been an agreement all along that as we try to put into place a more robust pension management scheme, the pension schemes that do not make economic sense should be wound up, or an alternative way is found to ensure that we proceed. That's why I want to join my colleagues to state that there must be some kind of orderly transition as we repeal the beneficiaries who still benefit by virtue of having served this country in various capacities before independence do not get denied what is due to them. So therefore, we do hope there could be a provision in the bill to provide for a transition period where everybody should be able to get their funds. Honorable Speaker, I think it's wrong for any members to insinuate that this particular was favoring a certain category of Kenyans. It wasn't. It's a historical matter that needs to be put in perspective so that all of us understand the genesis of the bill and why it's being repealed. With those few remarks, I support the repeal of the bill.
Honorable Manje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. I want also...
Sankok, why are you on intervention?
I'm rising on Standing Order 53.3. Please, I will request the Speaker to defer the putting of the question on this bill, on this motion, pursuant to Standing Order 53.3.
Maybe later, Honorable Sankok, not at this point.
Yes, I've seen there was no interest.
Once we, Honorable Sankok,
yes.
Since when did you become the Speaker? How do you know?
Thank you.
Take your seat. Honorable Manje, continue.
Mr. Sangok, I was speaking. I was say already.
What is it, Majority Whip?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the standing order in this House gives us direction that we only have 2 languages that is known for us. And the Honorable Sangok spoke some very advanced English or foreign language, which looks almost like a Maasai language, almost, Speaker. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to proceed and be enhanced in that direction? Thank you,
Honorable
Madam
Sankok,
Speaker.
I don't know what you said, but just to remind you that the only languages you can do is English, Kiswahili, or sign language. And you need to stick to that. Now let's have Honorable Manje continue without interruption.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to support this committee on repeal of Asian Widows and Orphans Pension Bill, and say because of the time lapse, I think it has stopped serving the purpose that it was effected for. Because at independence, that's when this bill was enacted to effect the payment of pension for those who, the Kenyans who decided to leave, to go other parts of the world. And it has been distributed through our embassies. So with the time, this kit has become small, and also tracing the beneficiaries has become a big issue. So if you check our books of auditors, there has been an audit query every time because of this inability to trace the beneficiary. So I think it has been overtaken by events, and therefore it is the correct time to repeal this act so that at least we can use acts that are effective and that are efficient. Also, because of the emerging issues, you know, when you are living in a different country, for example, London, you'll find that the shilling compared to the dollar on the other side is becoming weaker as you continue. So due to that, it is becoming negligible and that not cost effective. So I support this repeal.
Honorable Shabir, member for Kisumu East. Give the floor to Honorable Shabir. What's happening? You can use the one behind you. Just look behind you. Turn it on. Which one?
Hello? Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to address this issue of the widows and the Asian widows pension. Firstly, you know this one, since the last...
Is that microphone on? Yes, it's on. Can hardly hear.
My understanding is that the last real transactions took place in 1980-something. Since then, there have not been real transactions on this particular fund. Yet, there is a board sitting somewhere and being paid all those 22 years or 24, nearly 40 years. And we want to understand, what is this particular thing doing? You see, my grandmother used to get a pension through the Crown agents. So we know we are repealing this, which is very important we are repealing. But at the same moment in time, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, we need to know, when you're repealing this thing, whether we can have a final audit of what has happened, not of the transactions, but at the final audit. You know, when I was a mayor, Madam Speaker, towards the end of a particular session and before the others, that was the most dangerous time, where a lot of assets were disappeared and a lot of things were happening. So while we are now repealing this act, we must ensure that there is what we might call in accounting terms a finalization or a termination audit. I know the majority leader knows what we're talking about. But the other thing we need to know is, have these people been ghost workers for the last 40 years? And do we need to understand who has been sitting on the board when there's been no transactions for nearly 40 years? So this is the sort of waste that we want to clear out. Yes, we're repealing it, it's very good. But we must also look and see whether we've done the right thing. Apparently there is some money still in that account. Who is utilizing that money and how it is being, who's allocating it, whether it's been budgeted for every year and for what reason. So, Madam Speaker, it is very important that we get to the bottom of this. Repealing it is the easier action, but this action must be implemented together with a termination audit to see whether people have taken advantage of this particular scheme that has been moribund for 40 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Shamala.
I've already spoken to them.
You did not.
You were not here, you just said.
I see no further interest in it. The mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to reply to this motion. I want to thank members for the manner in which they've contributed. It's a simple, straightforward task of deleting or removing this from our statute books for laws that are basically dead and overtaken by time. And I just want to reassure members, including my friend, Honorable Shakir Shabir, that indeed the transitional mechanisms do provide for a review of what has happened, what's in the fund. Any amount due to the fund will be collected, any amount payable by the fund will also be determined, and there's a time period of 1 year during which time all these reconciliations will be done, so that we don't just repeat an act and hang, there's some money in the bank, there's some people with, so the various mechanisms have been put in place within the law to ensure the smooth transition from this to the pension funds envisaged under the PFM Act. So I think that's really the only comfort I want to give members, that everything has been taken into account in terms of the worries, and we shouldn't have any issues as we repeal the fund. With those remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well. I direct that the next steps in regard to this business will be undertaken when the matter will be set down on the order paper, and direct that we move on to the next business on the order paper.
The County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, resumption of debate.
Honorable members. Honorable members, this business had been moved and seconded, and debate was to proceed. And the first member with interest in this is the Honorable Wangwe, the majority whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021 by the Committee on Budget and Appropriation. Honorable Speaker, I am a member of this committee. We actually went through this report before it was tabled today, and the report is comprehensive. It has informed members on actually the whole scale of the proposed bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I second with a lot of information about it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the main gist of this bill is to set a framework, Honorable Speaker, on pursuant to Article 202 of the Constitution in terms of the conditional allocations for the financial year 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, this is to facilitate the transfer of conditional and unconditional allocations made to counties under this Act from the consolidated fund to the respective county revenue funds and special purpose accounts, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill provides a legal framework, the way I've said, and mainly it is touching on the grants and the donations for the 47 counties for an opportunity to utilize well the funds and obtained under the equitable revenue sharing funds, Honorable Speaker. This being such as operational and staffing issues inherited from the defunct local authorities, as even they look into the strategic issues that will enable them to raise their own revenues in an efficient and effective manner. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the various kinds of conditional allocations for the financial year 2021-2022, which we'll now be looking at in terms of the headquarters to various institutions, various counties, basically amounting to 332 million shillings. This going to Isiolo, going to Lamu, going to Nyandarua, going to Tano River, going to Tharaka Nithi. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these conditional allocations, which will be for the leasing of medical equipment and shared equally among the counties at a rate of 153 million shillings. In total, Honorable Speaker, we are talking of about 7.2 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, in this bill, the conditional allocations financed by proceeds of loans and grants from the development partners to each county government for the financial year 21-22, totaling to about 32 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, which will include about 2.2 billion being World Bank funding, transforming health systems for universal care projects. Conditional allocation through the Ministry of Health is meant to improve delivery, utilization, and the quality of primary health care services with a focus on reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health at the county levels. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there was various public participations which we have read in the report. And the report, Honorable Speaker, for my colleagues, maybe it was tabled this afternoon, it's in the table room. So I just want to remind my colleagues, please access the report which is available in the table room. We actually interrogated the Council of Governors, we interrogated the Control of Budget, we interrogated the Commission on Revenue Allocation, we interrogated the National Treasury, and the bill grants that shall be released, the bill grants shall be released to the county revenue funds account upon compliance with the conditions set out by the National Treasury for the fund. Honorable Speaker, there are issues which we have highlighted in the report, which is important that, Honorable Speaker, members get to be aware of, that the bill, if passed as proposed by the Senate, would be against the Justice Makau ruling on petition 252 of 2016 on 3rd December 2020, Honorable Speaker. 2, the clause shall also make it an annual bill should be removed. The clauses that make it an annual bill shall be removed. This will enable the bill to provide for disbursement of conditional grants to counties pursuant to Article 207 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. We also observe that the bill provides for the procedures for implementation, reporting, and accountability of the funds, including the roles and responsibilities of various institutions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I would want to make suggestions through the committee that we shall be also, the committee will be looking at the various amendments, Honorable Speaker, which have been, have come which are showing up in the bill, that we'll be proposing in terms of the title of the bill, in terms of the clauses number 2, the object of the bill, and we shall also be requesting some deletions, Honorable Speaker, of some various other clauses which are to align with the Constitution as per the observations we have made, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill is also going to help, in summary, facilitate the National Treasury to facilitate the agreements between the county governments and development partners, and this shall be tabled in Parliament before inclusion in the budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, that position has been missing, and if it can now be adopted as proposed in the report, Honorable Speaker, to correct the bill and align it with the Constitution and the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker, it's going to be a good thing, and it will be enrich it for perpetuity, Honorable Speaker. Finally, the additional allocations, Honorable Speaker, with respect to loans and grants, the National Treasury shall include in the budget policy statement the indicative amounts to county governments on loans and grants. Honorable Speaker, as we do this, it's also important to inform the county governments that, Honorable Speaker, whereas this House appropriates funds to them, it's important that they also proceed, and when they are doing their budgets down in the various counties, Honorable Speaker, allocate the same funds equitably, not necessarily to be equal, but, Honorable Speaker, let them distribute the funds in terms of allocating the funds equitably across the county. Let's not witness some skewed kind of allocation in terms of our political belonging, so that those which, the areas, for instance, the wards, which are not aligned to a particular governor, end up not getting the funds, Honorable Speaker, just because they speak a different political language. It's important to note that this is not county funds, this is Kenyan funds, which has been gained from the consolidated fund, and the consolidated fund, Honorable Speaker, gets money from the taxpayers. And we don't separate taxpayer from where KRA collects the funds. Therefore, we need to see a replica that from the national government, rolling down to the county governments, let the counties observe equity, not equality, Honorable Speaker. With that, I support the bill. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When I peruse through this bill, I find so many contradictions. I find so many issues that do not really align to the Constitution. But Honorable Speaker, let's start where we started. Initially, the bill used to come one, but I think after the ruling by the High Court, it became necessary to segregate between conditional grants and unconditional grants. And this is meant for the national government to infuse or transfer funds to the various counties that address specific needs of the people of Kenya who live in those counties as a result of historical issues or as a result of emerging issues. For example, Honorable Speaker, a very clear example that the advent of devolution, many counties did not have decent headquarters. So over the years, the national government, through the Division of Revenue Bill, have always allocated funds for the purposes of constructing and completing those particular county headquarters. Honorable Speaker, obviously, universal health is central to this country. So therefore, many of us believe this might have informed the national government to basically transfer funds for the purpose of leasing equipment for medical services. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, looking at the bill, it is a progressive approach, but I would want to pick out a few issues. Number one, the title is again misapplied. The money being granted is both national funds and funds coming through the loans guaranteed by the national government. Based on the schedules provided, the ones coming in terms of loans are 32 billion. Couping 32 billion, those coming as conditional grants are 7.5 billion. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, these are not county-generated funds. These are funds generated by the national government and guaranteed by the national government. The bill, that is the title of the bill, must speak to that reality and not confuse Kenyans to believe that these funds that have been generated by the counties themselves, now they are sharing amongst themselves as if they generate anything much. That's the first issue, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second issue, if you read through the thinking of the bill, is that this is going to be an annual bill. I wonder, and I should have to ask, what happens in the any financial year? The national government has no intentions at all to give conditional grants or to secure loans and disburse to the county governments. That is an area that needs to be addressed, and I do believe the committee and the legal team will help us address that particular concern, because this is actually the benevolence of the national government. It can choose to or not to. Because looking at the bill, Honorable Speaker, when they are making amendments to the Public Finance and Management Act, they are proposing under their clause 8, of their bill, when they are making amendments to section 42 of the Public Finance Management Bill, to assume that the Parliament shall consider Division of Revenue Bill, the Counter Allocation of Revenue Bill, and a bill for the allocation of transfer of conditional allocation under Article 202 of the Constitution not later than 30 days after the bills have been introduced with a view to approving them with by the committee that is handling this matter. Honorable Speaker, the interesting part, and which I think is progressive, but not progressive enough, is the requirement for the national government and the respective county governments to have an intergovernmental agreement for the purpose for the transfer of the funds. It provides various procedures, and a curious one is that the agreement must be approved by the respective county assemblies within 14 days. We wonder, are they 14 sitting days or 14 calendar days? That needs to be clarified. But the most curious part, Honorable Speaker, is that after it has been approved, that's when it's subjected to public participation. I wonder which comes first? Is it public participation before approval, or approval, then public participation? Then public participation will be just be a facade or a charade, because addition will have already been done. But the main omission in this bill, Honorable Speaker, is the lack of accountability. The amendments being proposed by Senate provides no room for accountability. These are government funds, national government funds, allocated by the by this House, by the National Assembly, making no provisions whatsoever for a way to account for these funds. That is actually setting an extremely dangerous precedent where these county governments will enter into agreement which they have no intentions to enforce and misuse the funds. As Honorable Angwe has said, there are many cases in this country where funds are devolved to the county governments, and because of political differences or because of future political consideration, funds are only spent or utilized in one particular constitutional sub-county to fulfill certain political goals. Honorable Speaker, one of the obvious cases that we'll have to do, we will have to amend to require that there must be some form of accountability to the national government as they account to the Senate. Yes, there's a provision to submit reports to the budget, control of budget, but the control of budget only deals with the matters before, during disbursement, and not how the funds are used. What happens is that the government has guaranteed loans from various places, and yet the funds are misused or not applied for what was provided for in the agreement. So there must be a provision for review or monitoring and evaluation to confirm that the funds have been utilized. So there must be such kind of an arrangement that we must put in place. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude in support of the bill, of course with subject to amendments later, is just to make two issues. The main intention when serious political leaders in this country fought for devolution was to make devolved units the engine of development. Honorable Speaker, if you do a simple rundown, that has not been achieved. We have pumped into devolved units billions and billions of money, but what you see on the ground, as they say, things on the ground are different. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, as we continue to improve the management and disbursement of funds, the disbursement and management of funds, we must put in mind what is value for money. Are Kenyans getting value for money? Or will it be in the best interest of the national government, instead of giving these funds as conditional grants, they use our line ministries to implement specific projects that affect or benefit the people that are supposed to benefit, the same way we have done with the CDF. Honorable Speaker, if you go to many constituencies, the projects and the works of CDF stand out very, very clear and outshine the works of county governments, yet the county governments get colossal sums of money. Second, Honorable Speaker, it is important the county government, as we give conditional grants, as we give disbursed loans received, they must also up their game and literally collect internal revenues. There is so much proliferate, there's so much loss in various cesses and levies they are allowed to collect. It was never meant that the county governments will solely depend on national government to fund their activities and their programs. Many times, you hear county government staff have gone without pay. If you meet them, you ask them, what do you do with the collections that you get from markets, cattle dips, mortuaries, and the rest? They simply say, we never know where that money goes. And this is where the Senate should have trained in their eyes, spend all their time in policing and supervising and oversighting the county governments. Instead of wasting time doing things that are not theirs, wasting time trying to fight the National Assembly when they have no powers at all to fight the National Assembly. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue of corruption, values, and integrity. We must continuously infuse in our county governments because they hold a specific and a very serious position in our county. If BBI had gone through, 50% of the national funds would have gone to county government. 50% requires for us to see value for money. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Sankok.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also palm my voice into this very important bill and report, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the conditional allocation grant, which is approximately more than 7 billion per county, Honorable Speaker, is not chicken change. It is money that should go with a lot of condition by the national government, set so that they should be followed, lest we continue having what we are seeing in county government, where 80% of all the money that they collect and receive from the national government go to payment of salaries and go for what we call recurrent budget. Sometimes public participations, recurrent budget in terms of office operation, having sodas, having tea, Honorable Speaker, and local and international travel, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we are not seeing value for our money, Honorable Speaker. We are not seeing, as the Honorable Ounda said, Professor, that things on the ground are different from the much that we have been allocating to the county governments, Honorable Speaker, in that allocation that we have been doing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have heard from the bill, because I've gone through the bill, Honorable Speaker, that there will be public participation after approval. Honorable Speaker, talk of priorities upside down or downside up, whichever way you like to put it, but that is what they are doing, Honorable Speaker. And we need, Honorable Speaker, we need really to be very careful so that we will not do public participation in vain just to satisfy the requirement of our Constitution, but it will not add anything, because if you have already approved, then what is the essence of public participation? Supposing the public does not need it, supposing the public give suggestion of, very good suggestion of what is supposed to be done, but it's already approved the way it was, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, from that bill, it is supposed to be yearly or annually, Honorable Speaker, meaning the county governments will be at the mercy of the national government. The national government may decide that this year they will not, they will use their muscles, tyranny of numbers in the National Assembly or in the Senate, so that then the bill is not passed. So they will not receive the grants, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also want to check on the issue of equal distribution of this conditional grant, Honorable Speaker, so that, as other honorable members have said, we don't have distribution in terms of political patronage. Honorable Speaker, what I have in mind is a governor who have completed his 2 terms, and he have the intention of contesting in a single constituency within his county. Is, Honorable Speaker, naturally that he may be biased towards taking a lot of development to woo voters in the constituency that is intending to contest, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we really need to be very careful on this so that the bill include some of these very important additions that we are putting in, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is the Senate, and Professor Ounda have said that the Senate, this is your work. It is actually that you should oversight counties. But the Senate have been very, very amorphous in terms of what they are supposed to do. That is why earlier I said that it is an amorphous political civil society. It's like an activist club that is just there. Honorable Speaker, you can imagine them summoning even the Interior Security Minister, summoning the Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorable Speaker. And they understand, according to our Constitution, Schedule 4, what are their mandates, Honorable Speaker. One of their mandates is to oversight the counties. And oversighting the counties mean they should not only be recipients, but also they should be generators of income through collection, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, but don't think that they are not collecting a lot of revenue. They are collecting. In Narok, Masai Mara Game Reserve is one of the biggest tourist attraction site throughout Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also have sand. We also have building stones, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, what have happened is that they make official receipts, which is 10%, 80% receipts, 80% of the receipts are made in River Road, where then they will be collecting revenue and are not remitted to the banks, Honorable Speaker, and they don't reflect. And that is why when you ask why they are going without salary, Honorable Speaker, and yet they collect a lot of money, as Professor have said, from mortuaries, from cattle dips, from marketplaces, Honorable Speaker, from business licenses, Honorable Speaker, from those lorries that transport sand and the tourists that visit some of these tourist attraction sites. Honorable Speaker, you may not know where this money goes to. So I think the Senate have a whole big enough work in their hands, Honorable Speaker. They have a full tray, but they decide not to perform their duties. Instead, they now want to compete with the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, and I think that one they cannot, because the Constitution is very clear. So, Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support, but again, we need to sit down in the committee of the whole House so that we can input in terms of amendments so that we have a very good report that is not a report from our brothers from the Senate who may not be able to do much research and who don't know their work. Honorable Speaker, we should show that we are the upper house and that we understand and we know our work and we know what is good for this country. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Sankok, I do not think that the Senate doesn't know its work. I'm sure they know their work. It's just that sometimes they overreach, which is normal for people to want more than is really theirs. But I'm sure they know their work. The Honorable Shabir, member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Speaker, I want to take on from my colleagues the County Government Grants Bill. The purpose of this bill and the object is to put together a framework to provide for Article 202 of the Constitution for conditional allocations and to facilitate the transfer of conditional and non-conditional allocations. That's what it says. When you look at the attachments, you can see the problem. The problem of conditional grants is exactly that. It is a conditional grant. And if the conditional grant must be accepted or rejected by the county. If I look at this document, Mr. Speaker, sir, at the last page, it says every county in Kenya got 153,297,872. For what? For conditional grant leasing of medical equipment. Now, this particular bill has not addressed the point of what if you are being given a conditional grant that you do not wish, you do not think is value added for money. This particular one, which was medical, I know for a fact that certain counties said we didn't want it. Yet here, in the first schedule, it shows every county has actually been given that conditional grant. The question really here, and I can't see it anywhere, is what happens if a conditional grant is given to you and you use it for something else. It's not here. Then, under one of the sections here, which I don't, it tells you the rest of them, conditional grants are IDA World Bank Transforming Health Systems for Universal Healthcare Project, IDA World Bank Credit National Agriculture and Rural Inclusive Growth Project, IDA Kenya Climate Smart Project Agricultural Project, EU grant instruments for devolution, advice and support. It's about 14 of them here. Does that mean that say the World Bank sends you money for transforming of health services or systems, and you as us as Kisumu County feel that this conditional grant that you're giving to us does not match the needs of our county? It appears that this is an automatic thing, that whatever the conditional grant is, it will be divided by 47 and given across the counties. So I can't understand the logic of this thing other than the fact that by way of this bill, and I agree with my brother Songkok, either we... Sakok, beg your pardon, sir. I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry about it. I share that concern. The concern is, maybe I don't understand this bill, but this bill literally is just laying out conditional allocations and giving the organization, giving the county no particular say, and all it is saying is these books, they will be given to you without going through the single account, what is it called, the conditional, it should be through, without going through the consolidated fund for the respective county. Now the consolidated fund, for whatever problems we have with it, it has one strength. It has control mechanisms, and it has issues that can be followed through. I am wondering whether this special grant system is going to bypass that consolidated fund. Do we have mechanisms to make sure that we do not get something like the Aurora Dam or other things just allocated through the system to the counties? I'm being sort of facetious. Let's say that the World Bank comes and says, we are going to give you so much for climate change. So you divide that money for climate change by 47 counties, the way they have done health. Does that mean that there is no mechanism for understanding the needs of the county? There is no mechanism for saying that this is how we should do it? There's no mechanism for deciding what is value for money? The consolidated fund has that mechanism. So either I'm taking a very simplistic view that the Public Finance Management Act, it says they require it to be amended by section 42 by substituting and putting a new section that the Parliament shall consider the division of revenue bill, county allocation of revenue bill, and the bill for allocation and transfer of conditional and non-conditional allocations under Article 202 of the Constitution no later than 30 days after the bills have been introduced. So we understand the first one, division of revenue, and this has been the main, but where does it come? Where does this conditional grants come in? It is a bane. We don't understand, and it's been a big problem between this House, and the majority leader will understand more than I will, between this House and Senate. So I'm wondering, if this bill has come over here, should we not send it back to Senate and say, listen, we don't understand exactly what you want, because they don't tell you exactly what you want. They're just saying that we want to give this exemption. So this bill, this money of conditional grants shall not go through the consolidated fund. It will go directly. Who will decide? What are the mechanisms for for looking after that money, and one of my colleagues here has also raised serious concerns. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not support this bill. Thank you.
The Honorable Mwali Ombithi, member for Masinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this moment that I've been able to get the bill. Although I've not read about it so much, but I understand how this conditional bill works. And I would like to just point a few things in my support. Conditional allocation means additional resources allocated to the county government apart from the normal budget which they have. I happened to interact with some conditional grants given to some of the counties for some specific projects that those counties are undertaking through those conditional grants. And the good part of these conditional grants is they are controlled by the giver. If it is the European Union, they will specifically send a coordinator for that account. And that account is normally not operated by the normal government officers who are able to even transfer the funds. This man is controlled, it is not transferable. They cannot even divert this money to another project. It is only when the European Union, for example, signs off for the project that the project can be paid. So to me, this additional grant which is being proposed is a good idea, because the money that the national government is giving the counties, majority of it is going to the recurrent expenditures. And therefore you find there is nothing, or there is very little that they are able to do in terms of development. So if, for example, they give a grant, the World Bank, especially when they are saying they are giving for universal care, then they will appoint their own people, and that universal care will be able to be developed, so that it will take it together with the government funds. It will complement what the government is giving, and therefore I think this is a good bill. If only it can be passed, and we vote for it, and maybe with a few amendments on the controls, it will be able to help our counties. It has been very difficult for our counties to do any meaningful development. I take an example in my constituency. The county government has only been able to do only 3 boreholes since I was elected in 2017. And that means if there was some conditional grants that given to the counties for water, for universal health care, even the hospitals could be stocked with some drugs and also be improved. Build some maybe mortuaries. For example, if a person dies in my constituency, they are transported to another constituency, because there is the entire constituency has no mortuary, because the county has no extra funds even to build one. So to me, I find these funds to be very useful, and we as Parliament, I will wish that we support that the bill goes through, so that even the partners that are willing to give the conditional grants can go ahead. With those few remarks, I support.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. and to thank the Committee on Budget for having quickly considered this bill over the weekend. I know, even from the discussion by members, it raises a number of issues that will need to be brought at the Committee of the Whole. And hence, it's good that at least we record our appreciation for the work they've done. From my reading of this bill, it raises, basically, it is twofold. And the first thing is attempting to approve in retrospect what was done through the Division of Revenue Bill of 2021-2022 earlier in the year, when we passed it and we said, this is the money that goes to the counties as conditional grants, and this is the money that goes to national government. Why Senate wants to do that, I'm yet to understand. Because as the ruling the Speaker did allude to was very clear, the Senate has no powers on appropriation of money. That is a power that is resident in this House. And in any case, we already appropriated that money. So when I see that one of the objects is actually to appropriate money for 2021, 2022, and they even go ahead and schedule a list, I see mischief, and I see the Senate is probably trying to start the appropriation process through the back door, so that come next year, they will then do another one for 2021, 2022, 2023, and put some other figures and force us to agree with them. So I think there's something that we need to agree upfront, that you don't put in law that this law will apply for this year and this amount unless it's an appropriation bill. And we already have the appropriation bill that gave effect to the budget for 2021, 2022. So I think that's one of the things that I want to see how the Budget and Appropriation Committee will handle that, so that when we come to the Committee of the Whole, we should delete all references to 2020, 2021, and just leave the generic issues in terms of this is how you appropriate laws, conditional grants to counties going forward. We cannot go back to history because we already have a law that covered that. And I really can't see what rationale they would have, because we are not in a vacuum. This House already appropriated this money. This money has already gone. And now, even now, trying to schedule and put within the law, you know, these are the donors and all that. Supposing one of them changes, what are we going to do? Bring the law here to come and start making amendments? Because the funding agencies that have been scheduled in, clause 4, if any of those was to fall off after you pass the law, what happens, right? It's in the law, and you're basically saying conditional grants must be received from these people and sent. This is poor drafting. It's obviously something that an overreach by the Senate, and perhaps it's a misunderstanding. We'll give them the benefit of doubt of their mandate and what they're going to do. Because according to what I heard, is there was a court ruling that kind of said we should not mix the division of revenue with conditional grants. But that does not mean that we go back. And why 2021, 2022? Why not 2020, 2021, and before? But so that's my first concern. And I would wish that the Budget Committee does bring that amendment to remove any references to the particular year of allocation for a year, which we have already allocated through the laws as given in this country. Be that as it may, I believe the second bit, to facilitate the transfer of conditional and conditional allocation made to the counties, flows very well, and barring any reference to the year, it's something that we commend them for that. Now, when we devolved, some people are not quite sure when we were talking of devolution, whether we meant decentralization of services, as had been done through the district forecast for rural development in those days. But when we devolved functions, it was, giving functions to counties, giving them money and the decision-making ability at the local level. And this takes place within the framework of the county integrated development plans, which then involve the people in public participation in terms of what are the priority needs, what do they want done, and then, so they involve from that angle. But when we now come, that's for purposes of utilizing the national revenue that is shared through the Division of Revenue Bill and allocated to the counties through the County Allocation Act. But these special grants are actually specific to specific counties. And I want to correct the impression that I had that it's money that is equitably shared. No. When a specific funding agency decides that they want to fund some climate change issue, they might just look at where the water towers are, where it best can mitigate climate change issues, and we'll fund projects in that area. And hence, it's not about equity, it's about where the people want. And what is becoming very clear is that these conditional grants cannot be used for anything else. I served in the Education Committee, and I know there was $2 billion that we kept on being sent to the counties for purposes of helping, infrastructure grants to the youth polytechnics and the TVETs under their care. And most of this money ended up being used by the governors to pay for their salaries because it was delayed, but the money that was there to upgrade these facilities was then used. And I think this law now takes care of those things that we are basically saying. When you receive money for a specific purpose, it's designated for that purpose, and you cannot use that for anything else. You cannot commingle that money with others, because we know money is fungible. If you take money from this pot and you put it together, you will not be able to see which money from which pot is in a combined pot. So it's only through systems and legal frameworks that we can be able to say, you have received this money for healthcare, keep it for healthcare, and only use it for healthcare and account it for healthcare. So I think I can't overemphasize why we did this. I know Senate perhaps has major limitations. When you look at Article 96 of the Constitution, it basically talks of Senate having oversight over the national revenue that's been allocated to the county governments. It doesn't talk about expenditure. It doesn't talk about the own revenue raised by the counties. So Senate can only oversight the national revenue that has been appropriated to the counties. And it's not even very clear what that oversight means. Whether it's to ensure that Treasury has sent the money, because it doesn't talk of expenditure. If it's expenditure, it would have been very clear. And I think we tried to bring that amendment within the Building Bridges Initiative, Constitutional Amendment, to just make it very clear, as an amendment to Article 96, that Senate shall have oversight over the national revenue and expenditure thereof, as well as own revenue and expenditure at the county level, so that at least they then have something to do. Granted that our devolved structure gives that power of oversight to the county assemblies. The governor appears before the county assembly, presents his budget, presents his county integrated development plan. They are approved by the county assembly. The budget is approved by the county assembly, and hence he's obligated to actually report an account to the county assembly. But again, when you look at the Constitution, there is some lacunas in terms of where there is that direct link in terms of how the governor is supposed to account to the county assembly. And we've seen cases where the governors have been choosy. When they think they are better friends in the Senate, they will go and try to appear before the Senate. When they think the Senate matter is hot, they will then go and appear before the county assembly and then claim double jeopardy relief. And hence, the matter disappears in between those two. So this is a good law, and like we are saying, I do hope we will enrich it further to also bring in, because conditional grants, those conditions don't just mean what you can use the money for. I will foresee a situation where Treasury should actually be giving a grant and saying, we will give you this money on condition that you raise 10% and demonstrate you've raised 10%, then you get the 90%. So that we can incentivize the county governments to actually make this own contribution towards the development project, and they can own the project. Because right now there's an ownership issue. Projects are funded through the national government. They don't care. The Ministry of Public Works is given the responsibility to go and set up those headquarters. The Nyandarua County headquarters started in 2003. Right now, I think it's still at slab level. Now, we are talking of 8 years, 2 governors, and it's still being done. They are still on some temporary accommodation, which tells you there's a big issue, either because of frustration, the coordination between what the national government is doing and what the county government is doing, and contractors keep on, leaving site and everything else. We've seen this working, this conditional grants working very well within the road sector, with the roads that are co-financed by KERA, and I don't see why we can't have the same thing happening on the mega projects, including on the managed equipment scheme that seem to have some issues that I don't want to get into. That's for other people to tell us. So like I said, I'm in total agreement with the generic text, with the generic objects of this bill, but I'm totally opposed to the inclusion of references to the allocations for 2021 and 2022, including the schedules thereof, which are attached to this bill. And I'm not sure why we want to do them again when we already did the same through the division of revenue bill, and they were captured in the CARA. So I would want to ask the budget committee to actually clean up that for us so that we pass this generic law, which will be used next year, and whatever happened in the past has already happened. In a case we don't pass laws into retrospect, we end up with more court cases, and I'm not sure that's what we want to get ourselves into. Or, better still, yes, I'll take the information.
You wish to inform the leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With lots of humility, to inform your boss on mic is not very good. But since he had spoken on the numbers in terms of preparing a document in retrogressive, I just wish to inform the leader majority that the numbers which are in the document simply make the benchmark. They have been used to guide on how the document is supposed to look like in future. They are not meant, Honorable Speaker, to be retrogressive in terms of the law, but to set the base against which we are going to, the bill is going to appear in future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for the information, but be that as it may, when I now look at, clause 4, I'm not sure whether we are saying that World Bank is obligated to finance the agriculture and rural inclusive growth project into the future, or indeed that the German Development Bank will finance the drought resilience program into the future. I think there are some things, if they wanted to give by way of example, we probably don't need examples in the law. That can be done in regulations. But we can do a generic law and ask that the regulation be done in terms of those schedules, so that when you look at a law, it tells you, when this happens, you do this. You don't start saying,
seriously, leader of majority, and going by the intervention by the minority whip, these figures have been put here as an example.
No.
I don't know. Proceed, leader of majority. That will be very interesting.
Indeed, from the title, the long title, says very clearly, an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county government for the 2021-2022 financial year. Additional allocations. Now, the issue of additional allocations is within the framework of the National Assembly, We are the ones who appropriate the money, not the Senate. And if we continue with this, there's no reason why they cannot come next year and say we now want additional requirement. Then we'll be dragged through like we did in the past. So this is my issue, but I want us to interrogate. Perhaps they have a reason for doing it, but I would want to be convinced that indeed we are not talking of reopening the appropriations as we did without the framework of the Article 2 of the Supplementary Act, Appropriation Act, which is what I see happening through the back door. So, Honorable Speaker, like I said, we have time for this, and we can look at it together and see what is the rationale. If it's by way of example, then we can say example. But in an example, you don't then put specific people. We can say this is the template of how it will be, but without necessarily the figures. Because the figures will change year in, year out. The Germans may want to find out something now, but their funding priorities might change in the next year. And if you already put them in a template, you are basically saying we are expecting some money, which is not guaranteed. So I think that is the framework, the rationale with it. I'm saying we look at this bill afresh and clean it up, and then we can pass it so that as we go into the new budgeting cycle, we will use the new law to now how the money is in terms of this is 370 for national revenue, which looks like a number that's been agreed. And then this is the money that will go through conditional grants. So much will go to this county and for this purpose. That I have no problem. But in terms of the attempting to put figures in 2021, 2022, and then pass it within a law, then we are basically saying, supposing the county of Nyandarua received less, and we are now telling them, Parliament has passed, you should have received this. They'll be asking for more money, yet we have not appropriated or even shown where that money will come from. So that's the spirit of my discussion on this. So now, Speaker, like I said, the generic part is good. It's only when we come to the numbers, and usually they say the devil is in the detail. Those numbers could mean a lot if you don't take care or understand why they've been put there. And, we are told in West Africa, a toad does not jump in the daylight for nothing unless something is chasing it. So we need to just know what's chasing a toad to have these numbers coming in. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support with those reservations.
The Honorable Kathambi, Member for Njoro.
Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the bill, the county government grants bill. Speaker, let me start by appreciating the Committee on Budget in relation with the appropriation of funds. And the Speaker, my just few points is to appreciate the proposed grants and loans, but also, Mr. Speaker, I think my main concern will be just to mention, when sometimes we talk about public participation in this country, it is taken for granted. Therefore, my first priority to say that when we are talking about these loans and grants, it's my push that the county government will be taking the serious responsibility to make sure that the public participation has taken place and in the right time so that people can give their views in relation with the entire matter. Also, Mr. Speaker, let me also take an opportunity to say that as I was trying to appreciate this document, and I've gone through what is proposed in relation to the loans and the grants. I was going to the matters of health as usual, credit, rural inclusivity, smart agriculture, devolution, water sanitation, primary health, Kenya devolution support, drought resilience program, emergency locust response, informal settlement improvement.
The Honorable Chepkone. The Honorable Chepkone.
Yes.
Is that mask useful to you?
I had a point to which I was to come up with the speaker.
No, the mask.
Yes, there must be a point I'm just coming up with.
No, I'm asking about the mask where you're wearing it. Is it useful to you?
But Speaker, I thought I'm safe and everyone is safe because I have kept a very long distance. Actually, it's not even 1.5 meters. I've kept around 2 meters away. And the Speaker, to hand on that, I'm fully vaccinated. Therefore, I'm so safe if you can allow me.
The Honorable Chepkone, let me just say this. It is not about you being vaccinated. It is just about keeping the others safe. It's not. It's about everybody. So the protocols are still applicable in the House. So we keep on the masks. But proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I've kept all my colleagues safe because I'm very far from the majority, the whip, and also the noisemaker behind me. I've kept a lot of distance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was going through, though you have interrupted me, I was going through what is proposed for the loans and the grants, and I still have a lot of interest that in the future we have to look another dimension as a country. There is a global communication in relation with climate change in the world, but actually most of the document I don't see anything. The mask is really interfering with me. There is a concept of climate change, Mr. Speaker. Climate change has become real in the world. We have seen a lot of impact in our own country. Right now, northern part of Kenya, pastoralists are suffering with the livestock dying, lack of water. Mr. Speaker, when it rains in this country, there's a lot of floods, there's a lot of landslides, there's a lot of climate change impact in the country. We have seen a lot of deforestation, which has affected the rainfall cycle in the country, therefore also affecting the food security in the country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when I was going through this document, I realized there was nothing in the concept of the climate change, which is also affecting our country. And I hope in future, we are going to, as a nation, like the Committee on Budget, also to be seeing these loopholes so that we can come up with a way to make it, to contribute to our country. And in relation to that also, Speaker, it is also good to say that recently in the United Kingdom Climate Change Conference, His Excellency the President was also giving the concept of what the country is doing by Kenya is going to have a program of stopping deforestation in the country. Therefore, in that climate change also, Mr. Speaker, I was saying, as we try also to talk about how to increase forest cover in the country, which has a positive impact in our country, that's why I'm saying this document, I actually saw nothing about it. That way it also became a matter of concern that in the future, let the Committee on Budget see that loophole. Therefore, I was saying, as we are talking about all these fantastic grants and loans being proposed, I have also an interest to message to pass to our governors. We have a challenge in this country whereby we can meet some governors. When they get money, they can sometimes do intentional action of taking money to their strongholds, ignoring other areas where probably they did not get votes. Therefore, we are also thinking that what we should also push from our governors to do is to ensure that there is fairness of distribution of these grants and loans to the respective wants in this country. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I'm also proposing that we should also have a very clear mechanism to ensure that the conditions set in relation with this grant and the loans is totally agreed and followed to the letter. Because sometimes we have conditions which sometimes are bad because of some reasons. Therefore, if we have such specific money for specific items, we would propose that let the governors be pushed to ensure these kind of funds are following the right conditions. And my last point, Mr. Speaker, my last comment, Mr. Speaker, we still have a lot of challenge in this country where we have a lot of minimal collection of revenues by governors. Therefore, I think we should also try to remind our respective governors in different counties that let them also come up with the clarity on how they can push for more collection of revenues, and not revenues which are just killing the economy to the bottom-up people. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I still have to support this concept, which is good, and the bill, but it needs to be relooked to improve it where there are some loopholes. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable David Ochen, member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek to support this very important bill, in my opinion. Mr. Speaker, for the last 8 years in the Assembly, we've bemoaned the way in which the national government has been treating these so-called grants, the arbitrariness with which they are treated, the lack of criteria through which they are given to the counties, and above all, the opaqueness with which the Treasury handles the grants. And so, from a macro level, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the Senate bill on county government grants. Because, Mr. Speaker, it gives disciplines on how this country can deal with an eventuality that, every year there'll be monies that will be coming to the government that would be due to the counties, but you have no proper legal framework for doing so. And as the courts have confirmed, and as part of what we've been questioning in this assembly, how do you separate these two things? What is duly and legally, payable to the county governments, and what then goes to them as grants, whether conditional or non-conditional. And so this law provides for the disciplines through which the national government and the county governments will deal with reception, use, and accounting for these monies that go to the counties as grants. Mr. Speaker, this law, in my opinion, does one thing that runs through our Constitution, that by requiring that agreements will be entered between the two levels of government, and that these agreements shall be approved by the county assemblies, it therefore means that for the first time the public gets to participate in the process of approval and use of these grants. And so therefore, they are not opaque agreements between national government and the county government, Mr. Speaker, and this must be supported, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, and much as I agree with the Senate, but I want to fault it on one issue. This assembly has questioned severally the criteria used by the national government to give grants to counties to build headquarters. For example, the Honorable Majority Leader has just talked about Nyandarua. So why did Nyandarua qualify first and not Siaya? What criteria was used to decide that it will be this county, not this one? Who made that decision? Why would some counties be required to use their own monies to build their headquarters and others get money from National Treasury? I would have imagined that the county, the Senate, would also give a criteria of how these headquarters are going to, how the National Treasury is supposed to decide how these counties get money for building headquarters. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on the same breath at clause 4B, the now tired, in my opinion, the most stinking scandal of the year, in my opinion, the MESP, the medical equipment leasing, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time I'm going to see this kind of a project coming up. And so I would have imagined that you should have had disciplines from the Senate, because this is probably their forte, from the Senate saying that if there would be any, in future, anything like this, then we expect these disciplines to be followed in terms of procurement, in terms of, because I've watched the governors coming to answer questions on MESP in the Senate. And all of them have said, we were forced to accept this equipment, whether we were ready to use them or not. And Mr. Speaker, it's on record that more than half the counties that receive this equipment don't use them because they don't have staff, they're not prepared to use them. And so we are paying so much money every year, but they're not being used. And so I would imagine that, and I hope we can propose amendments, that would ensure that in case in future there's something like that happening, then again there are parameters and criteria and indicators on how best this can be done, so that you allow counties, give them the money, let them lease on their own, let them buy. There are those who would want to buy, there are those who want to lease, there are those who may have their priorities elsewhere. But you don't ram down their throats and say that you guys must accept radiology equipment, you must accept this theater equipment because we think they are necessary, without having trained personnel and all that. And so I would have imagined that there would be disciplines in this bill that Senate would require that before this kind of ventures are gone into, then counties must be consulted. They must agree, and therefore there's no time when national government will force anything on the county government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Chair.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Without interrupting your train of thought on this, and this leasing, medical equipment leasing, that was, as you have said, forced on the counties. How come it has not been challenged in the courts? Because, I mean, doesn't it, if it is true that, probably national leaders insisted that these counties must spend their money in this way, isn't that against the very spirit of devolution and therefore unconstitutional? I would like to just some thought on that.
Mr. Speaker, this has been challenged in court, and governors have protested. It's not just a court issue, it's been litigated, but it's also been a topic of debate, not just in this assembly, but in the Senate too. But Mr. Speaker, this particular thing about MESP was what you can describe how the deep state operates. They must take it. They have no option. And we had ministers coming to justify this. I used to be a member of the health committee. Mr. Speaker, there was no justification at all of not involving the counties and letting them choose what equipment they required. No, it was one size fits all. You take it or take it. There was no option of leaving. And even as we speak now, every year the Senate has been having these questions. Why are we paying for things we're not using? And so, Mr. Speaker, if you went to MTRH today, you'll find there an MRI machine that was supplied at 200 million shillings, but the market would give it to you at 70 or 80. Reason, it was brought to us by the national government. So it's scavenging, basically corruption, conduit, that national government can decide that we're going to give this to counties. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that what was so much necessary in this particular bill is that the national government cannot pick and choose what they will send to the counties in money and what they will send to the counties in goods. It should be clear that the national government should not choose or procure unless asked by the relevant county. This is what I'm saying we should have seen in this bill, and I'm hoping that I'll have a chance to propose an amendment to this bill to reflect that position, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I want to agree with the majority leader on the issue that appears now in 4.2. I mean, laws are made for posterity. And if we wanted to, improve what the court said, that we should separate the two, then we should make the law for posterity and say that in future, this is the way you want grants to be handled. And not, you could have used 2021 as a benchmark, but you can't say it's only for 2021, 2022. And I also agree with them that you cannot, because you're being told is an example by the majority whip, but it's not. Because the wording here is that conditional allocations financed by proceeds, blah, 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 shall be as set out. So it's not an example. It is actually a law. Once it's passed, this is how this should be done. That's what 4.2 says now. It's not saying that, when you pass it, we will want it to be in this format of structure. So I agree with the majority leader on this, and I'm hoping, and I would like the whip and the majority leader to listen to this. Majority Leader and the Whip, if you allow, that we should not kill this bill. You must negotiate with the Senate. You must mediate so that this bill does not die the way other bills have died, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important bill, and we want to urge our leaders, both sides of leadership of the Assembly, that this bill is negotiated in a manner that we don't lose the bill. We don't again leave this session or this parliament without passing this bill. If they would allow negotiation, without bashing Senate, you don't have to bash in Senate all the time. You can agree with them that this is a good bill, like you said, principally, but you can change a few things so that this bill is passed before we go to elections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the other issue that I thought was quite important that should be raised in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is, again, the way the donors and the National Treasury agree on the counties that will benefit from the various projects that the donors fund. Mr. Speaker, in Rwanda here, it is the government that gives donors priorities, not donors giving government priorities. And I was asking where, even us in Kenya, it's government that gives donors, these are our priorities. And these priorities fall in this belt, or this other belt, or this county, so that donors don't pick and choose, but our priorities choose for us, so that donors fit into what we are doing. It's worked very well for Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, and I thought it could work for us too. Mr. Speaker, equity in the way these grants are given to the counties is quite key, and I hope that we can agree that National Treasury does not, again, Mr. Speaker, gerrymandering, bureaucratic, individuals feeling that if you build Nyeri, you build the whole country. If you build Nyeri and you don't build Siaya, we are worse off as a people. If you build 3 referral hospitals in central Kenya, in Kiambu alone, and you don't build any in western Kenya, we're all worse off.
The Honorable Cheng, I'll allow you an extra 2 minutes. I interrupted you.
Mr. Speaker, I always don't understand, because in the last 5 years alone, we've had Kenyatta Hospital, Kenyatta University Hospital being built here, next door here. Then we have another one built in Nyeri, Othaya, a branch to Kenyatta National Hospital. Then we have now one being done in Gatundu, all within the distance of 100 kilometers. Now, where I come from in Siaya and Kisumu, we've begged to just upgrade Jomo Kenyatta Jaramogi Hospital to a referral hospital. No. The whole of Western region, from Naivasha all the way, we only have MTRH. We are worse off if only one region grows and the other regions don't grow, Mr. Speaker. And I wish that in future, Mr. Speaker, the government that comes in can plan equitably. This thing that if you are given a position and the only place that should benefit is your area, for me, I think it's stupidity. It doesn't help us. For those who went to school, that you go and when you're planning, you give roads to this region and leave the other region, and you think you are growing the country, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping that this particular bill can also streamline how the grants are administered, but above all, ensure that every part of the country benefit from donor support. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this bill with the riders as indicated. Thank you.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Cheng. The Honorable Arbele Malimo, member for Laisamis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for equally giving me this opportunity to add my voice into the county government's grants bill. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there is a lot of proposals, amendments, which have actually been...
The Honorable Malimo, just wear your mask appropriately.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I had actually looked at the proposals made here, I agree with the proposals, but Mr. Speaker, these grants, which are actually being given to the counties, sometimes from European Union, World Bank, from Japan, other development partners, in support of some programs at the county. For instance, we have different programs in different counties, because I have seen programs which support smart agriculture, health, for instance, energy sector, so forth and so on. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I have actually come across where the governors at the respective counties, just because these are non-conditional grants, they actually consider these funds as free money. So they end up actually using these funds sometimes to pay even for salaries, to pay for pending bills, to pay for other non-essential issues of the county, thus forgetting that these are funds which are actually allocated to the county so that they may be able to spark growth, development at the county level. And I've actually seen this a loophole where quite a number of counties, the governor, since he's the one actually who is in possession of these funds, he ends up misusing. So it is good that, because these are the funds, conditional grants, which is actually funds coming from the exchequer, it comes with conditions. And that is why many governors today, they happen to cry that they have not received funds. It is because they have not met the criteria, some criteria that have been set for them by the county, by the National Treasury. The National Treasury actually disburses funds to the counties, but because of some conditions that have been put to them, unfortunately, they end up crying that they have not received their funds, so forth and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually agree with the proposals that have been made, that indeed we need to join hands to ensure that this bill goes through so that checks and balances are put at the county level so that this county, the country, can be able to see some growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Okello Odoyo, member for Nyando.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And from the outset, allow me to step back and reflect on what Honorable David Ochieng was talking about, that certain government projects are directed a particular way to the detriment of other regions. Honorable Speaker, that informs the cutthroat competition that we commonly have during our electioneering period, because we've been accustomed to believe that once your person loses, you lose everything. And for those who benefit by way of ascending to the most coveted house on the land, comes with itself very beautiful benefits, and it is looked at as a leverage towards economic progress. So we are looking forward to a day when leaders would treat the country as the same, and projects will not be directed towards areas where we come from. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, but with reservations. The county government grants bill. Honorable Speaker, reading this bill, firstly you ask yourself, because there are so many revenue streams here, courtesy of the donor world and other development partners. And you ask yourself, if all these monies are currently channeled to our counties, besides what we allocate in budget and appropriation here under the revenue allocation, you ask, why are our counties having problems? That means there is a fundamental problem lying somewhere. Because these are not small monies that you can see here. For instance, the NIDA to finance universal health care. You look at World Bank that supports several programs, including devolution support. You know, the government of Sweden, the German Development Bank. Honorable Speaker, if these monies would be channeled appropriately, and we shun misuse or misappropriation of funds and pilferages that commonly accompany our transactions, then this country would be miles and miles away. But you wonder where these monies end up to. But, Honorable Speaker, I would want to speak to the autonomy of our counties. In this bill, the bill has tried to put the CS of Treasury at the center of all these grants that will be coming from the development world or the development partners. And you ask yourself, what does that therefore mean on the autonomy of counties to deal directly with donors and development partners? I'm privy to many counties that deal directly with these development partners for a simple reason that these partners have always believed that there's a lot of procrastination, there's a lot of bureaucracy within the national government. If you intend to do anything, it will take forever for any government to, for any tangible development to be implemented. And this bill takes us back to perhaps what the donors have been running away from by engaging directly with these counties, Honorable Speaker. The national government sometimes misappropriate funds and engage in lots of procrastination, Honorable Speaker, which will not work for the betterment of the donor community. And Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to wrap my head around the motivation on this bill, and I cannot really put my finger on anything that would motivate the Senate to come up with a bill such as this. And at what point, Honorable Speaker, do we include these conditional grants in the budget? And Honorable Kimunya, the majority leader, did allude to this. It has been put here under Section 5, subsection 2, that they have to include in the budget allocation, in our budget and appropriation bill, about these conditional grants, Honorable Speaker. What happens when the conditional grants expended to counties come a little late? What happens in such a situation? How do you declare? And because our financial cycle or fiscal cycle does not coincide with the donor community's financial cycle. So this puts us into a quandary. Apart from taking away the work of this House in coming up with the budget and appropriation bill every year, the Senate cleverly would want to add us an additional responsibility here, which they will then have a leverage to dictate. They have talked about, I think, a figure here for 2020, 2021. And as Honorable Kimunya was saying, they will then come up with a different figure in the year 2021, 2022, and probably 2022, 2023. So these are fundamental issues, Honorable Speaker, that we cannot run away from. We acknowledge national government as a guarantor on loans, but I'm asking myself, do we need the same guarantor for grants, Honorable Speaker? Because the national government has been put in this bill at the center of every transaction that will come out of this. So if the national government will still want to superintend the functions of the counties down there, probably under the spirit of complementarity or under the spirit of intra-governmental coordinations and stuff like that. But this, therefore, takes away powers of the county governments from running their activities prudently without external interference by the national government. And I think the genesis, or rather the main idea behind coming up with devolution was to also cut back on certain interferences that have permeated systems for way too long. But now we are taking ourselves back to the same national government that has frustrated our efforts. And for that, Honorable Speaker, I decline to offer my support to this bill, and I thank you.
The Honorable Thuku Kwenya, member for Kinango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to put my voice or to add my voice on this bill on county government's grants bill. I believe that this is a bill that whose time has come, because we have seen attempts by the national government to really, to some extent, dictate the programs that should be run by the county governments. Mr. Speaker, and this has happened to the extent that county governments seem to be signing into agreements that are coerced and without much support of the law, or where they cannot defend much. And I'll give examples, Mr. Speaker. We've had a situation, actually, my colleague who's spoken ahead of me, the Honorable Chieng, has alluded to this fact on the issue of managed equipment scheme, whereby the national government declared that they're going to procure goods and distribute the same as conditional grant to the county governments. And we saw every attempt to have every governor sign to the said agreements. And later, the same became a big issue because it was not just a grant, it was a loan. And the county governments were required to foot the bill as much as there was no approval, there was no public participation, there was no approval by the county assemblies. This bill now seems to cure that, because for any agreement to be entered into, and especially where the national government is attempting to put money in terms of conditional grant, it has been stipulated clearly here that there must be concurrence with the county assembly. And I'm careful also to say that maybe we'll need to amend Section 4, subsection 4 of Section 191A, where there is it's expressly stated that in case the county assemblies do not approve or do not consider the same within 14 days, then the same agreement will have been deemed to have passed. And to some extent, that strips the powers of the county assembly, because if the county assembly is on recess and they are required to, and they are not called upon, if the speaker doesn't call for a special sitting, and within 14 days then they do not consider the same, it will have been deemed to pass. And that's a mischief that can be passed by the county governors, especially where they have interest. Mr. Speaker, we also saw the same happen in the Ministry of Agriculture, where they procured cooling plants for milk cooling plants or milk coolers for county governments. It was actually a conditional grant, but of course without the consent of the county governments. And therefore, as I put my voice on this bill, I would wish to state that indeed I'll come up with some amendments so that then we can align and make it more stricter for the government to enter into county government or the executive arm that is on the kind of conditional grants they are to grant. And that is monies that are coming from the government of Kenya. That's what I'm talking about, because on the issue of our development partners, they are very specific. But a question begs, Mr. Speaker, what if the government or the county government do not, or whatever it is that is proposed to be proportional to be conditional grant by the development partners, it's not their priority? Do we have a mechanism whereby the county assembly or the county government can reallocate the monies that are meant for the same programs? Because if we leave it as it is, then we are allowing our development partners, with all due respect, and the government to dictate onto where the monies go. And that, of course, has a direct impact on the independence of county governments. And I think county governments should be autonomous. One reason as to why, from where I sit, as to why county governments are not functional, and sorry to use the word they are not functional, it is because they are at the mercy of the national government. Today, many county governments have not received their first quarter allocation. It delays over and over, so that then whenever the money is released by the treasury, there is already crisis. And that is why there is outcry everywhere that county governments are not functional. But if you dig deeper, then you'll find that it is not conspiracy by the governors not to perform. There is some effort or some frustration that comes from the center, from the treasury. And my prayer, even as I support this bill with proposed amendments, is that Treasury must release monies to county governments as and when is required, so that then we can have these programs run. At times we beat them so hard. We talk about we need services like water, we need good roads, we need agricultural support, we need all these things. But they do not have money in their coffers. The money that is released is just for recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker, as a parliament, then we need to assert ourselves, because county governments, that is where our people are. That is where services are needed. And for devolution to work in this country, then there must be concerted effort by this House to make sure that monies get to the counties as and when they're supposed to get there. Because when there is delay, then becomes a big issue for governors to perform. Yet everybody is castigating them and seeing them as non-performers. There cannot be conspiracy in the whole country that now governors do not want to work. We know what happens when we're supposed to implement even our CDF projects. If our monies are delayed, we cannot move ahead. Now think of a government, a whole government like the county government, because we have so many workers, there are so many programs that they run, they have healthcare that they're supposed to take care of. If monies are not availed as and when the money is required, then we expect the crisis that we face every day. Mr. Speaker, there's the issue of education, polytechnics, that are village polytechnics, so to call them, that are under the purview of the county government. Their monies are allocated to county government as conditional grants by the government, that for capitation and the like. At times, the county government may have allocated the monies from their own coffers. And when the monies are sent by the county government, by the national government, it becomes an issue, because then that money cannot be absorbed, because already the programs that they're trying to facilitate are already catered for by the county government, because this conditional grant comes in late. My question is, Mr. Speaker, because these are the kind of audit questions that they get every other time, why don't we just look at this bill closely, so that then we give a mechanism for reallocation of the monies and have the same, upscaled to the Director of Budget or the Budget Office, so that the same can be approved and the counties can run efficiently. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill because it is in time. We need this bill, but I will bring about some amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gogo, Member for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this very important bill. I must indicate that I rise to support it because it provides for additional allocations to our counties. Anything that provides for this, Honorable Speaker, any additional allocations, and of course, the responsibilities of national government and county governments is of pertinent concern to devolution. And if we are to make devolution thrive, Honorable Speaker, we must provide for funds for the working of devolution. And oftentimes, we have had our counties starved of resources. We expect services to be provided. We expect work to be done. And of course, there is enough bureaucracy in having funds get to our counties. Generally, the allocations from national government, given the ceilings, are low. Because when you work from the grassroots, you realize that as much as our counties would want to discharge their responsibilities to the people of Kenya, there is generally no money. And if it is there, it is just way below what is expected of the counties. And as has earlier been indicated by my colleagues, it is these counties that are at the grassroots. It is these counties that are meeting with the people where the rubber is and the road is. So I should think that anything that touches on adding finances for our counties, and also because we must have seamless working relationship between the national government and the county governments. If this is dealt with well enough with benevolence, then I should think that There is a role that is played by the national government. There is also a role that is played by the county government, but the main intention should be to empower our devolved systems and also to make them run for posterity. I rise to support this, though there is some mischief in parts that have been indicated, that if it is not approved by the county assemblies within a given time, then it would be deemed as approved. Take this time round, even in our National Assembly. Members are not there. Members are at the grassroots. Members are actually now strategizing themselves, positioning themselves for the next elections. And it is in these particular times, either at the County Assembly or at the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, when certain things that the government want to do, either as county or national government, that they sneak in certain bills. So I think this one may be abused and probably would need to have it amended. I'm thinking about autonomy also of our county government, that as much as we would want also to have, involvement of national government on grants that go to our counties, but we should let the young boys go to work. We are doing so much to have a lot of bureaucracy in funds that go to our counties, to the extent that if it was from donor funding, then it is too much. But the government also finds itself between a rock and a hard place, because at the same time, it should be able to control its systems as a national government. So in as much as we want autonomy in our counties, but also the national government should also put its eye exclusively on what is happening at the counties. I'm also looking at some concern in the pace of the management of our the management and development of our devolved systems, and depending on the managers who are there by the name of our governors, you find some counties running away with development at a fairer pace than others. We should have a system that would check how these monies are used. Of course, systems are there. The problem we have with this country, Honorable Speaker, is not necessarily even bringing new laws, but we have issues with implementation. We have issues with how we put our laws to work for our people. The laws are there. We have legislation that is put in place by both National Assembly and the Senate, and even the county assemblies. But now the issue is implementation. I mean, we should really look into the working of the laws that we bring in. I should think this is, on my part, is a good bill, and we need to, as I am supporting it, and with of course, the various amendments, which I don't want to repeat, that have already been proposed by my colleagues. It is a good bill that we need to support. Need to eliminate graft that raises eyebrows on when it comes to government expenditure, both at the national and at the county level. We need some level of patriotism when we are given the responsibility. We are given to take charge of the responsibility of management of public funds as leaders. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Manzo, member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. I have seen Makueni County has been allocated close to $500 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, so far, averagely, every county in Kenya has received up to 80 billion shillings. And Mr. Speaker, most of it cannot be accounted for so far. I am aware that there have been projects run by World Bank, conditional grants. There are quite a number, actually, European Union, and many other organizations. ActionAid has done a milk plant in a place called Kadonzweni for 84 million shillings, which was actually my initiative, really, although eventually the matter went to the county government. And not only this, many of the projects done there, even by organizations, other non-government organizations and the foundations, such projects, if it's a water project, eventually it is given to the management of the county, and eventually will be run down. So, Mr. Speaker, there is something terribly wrong with the counties in Kenya so far. There's a lot of wastage. There's a lack of consultation. There's no proper public participation. And in a lot of occasions, the county assemblies are just at the behest of the executive, meaning the governor's office. And it is in such a situation you find this mess. First of all, how would this have been done differently? Because this looks like a supplementary budget. It should have been in the original budget, Mr. Speaker. In these conditional grants, even if you see the meaning of grant here, it also includes loan, meaning it's a loan which the national government will eventually pay. So if you have not utilized the 15% properly, it has not worked properly. Why will you add more money to the counties while there's no proper mechanism of oversighting this sort of situation? I've seen some of them is about the headquarters. Some of the counties have actually done the headquarters like Makueni, but that is an installation. For the county, it becomes part of the county. It means it should be part of the county budget. So where they have not yet done their county headquarters, really, it is deserving that money should be released. But I believe this must be amended. We must counter-check and scrutinize those projects, what belongs to the normal budgeting of the county. Mr. Speaker, should go through the normal budgeting of the county so that the local assembly participates and eventually Senate can oversight. What is happening here now is a real breach of the Constitution and the expectation of devolution. And therefore, most of this money we are going to give through this bill are just going to waste, will never be accounted for, because most governors have served their second terms, others will not be back. And it means within this financial year, most of this will actually go into waste, or will end up being converted and processed to be money for some of the governors to run again with, to become governors, or be used for them to come and compete in Senate or in National Assembly, those who are exiting, because there's no law barring them from doing that. And it's likely to be, if you look at it, it's not specific guided for every county, what has been put in and what is left. So I think there's a serious mischief in this law, in this amendment. And this, we have a duty as the National Assembly to remove this mischief and to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, monies belonging to Kenyans are not wasted further. There has been a lot of waste of public funds in this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the only successful thing in this country has been CDF. And that's why even with the new classrooms being constructed, the model of CDF is being followed. So we need to instill a model of CDF within the county so that we can make sure that projects are completed, projects are done, the way we work with Wananchi, and the people's money is used properly, because it hasn't been used properly in the past. There is a lot of outcry. The audit is not yet complete. Senate is behind some years, and every other time these governors are called to Senate to account, they have got every manner of excuse to postpone and to delay. Some of them are waiting to exit. But the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, governors must be held accountable to this money, Mr. Speaker. And even if this money is lost, Mr. Speaker, even if it takes 10 or 20 years, whoever this money got lost in their hands, Mr. Speaker, they must be brought to book. Otherwise, we have started devolution in this country in the wrong footing. We are actually limping as a country, and we need to improve the movement of the improvement of devolution in this country. And although this money now is being allocated as an extra money, the question is, what has been happening with those other grants which have been given before? Have they been illegal? Have they been used properly? Have they been monitored properly, Mr. Speaker? The international donors, Like I know USAID was very keen to complete the work by itself. It followed up the procurements and things like that. But is every organization able to do so? If it is World Bank, it is also the one doing the high courts. And you can see the job has been very well done. But when it comes to monies which has been given to a county government, then automatically the county assembly must oversight. But look, it is not the county assembly give you the money, Mr. Speaker, this time around. It is the National Assembly, and that's why this bill has been brought here. So do we have the mandate to go and oversight this money, Mr. Speaker? The answer is no. When will it get to Senate? And we are just going to elections. Which Senate will oversight this? Certainly not the current Senate. Probably this will not be completed in the next 2-3 years. Probably this will be done, Mr. Speaker, many years after today, and probably some of the projects will take a longer time. If smaller projects of smaller magnitude, Mr. Speaker, have failed in the counties, and you can only see CDF projects, and you cannot see even health centers, Mr. Speaker, belonging to the county, then these particular projects, Mr. Speaker, have an issue, and therefore it is the responsibility of this House, Mr. Speaker, to make sure this is properly scrutinized at third reading. And if need be, Mr. Speaker, the committee and ourselves bring necessary amendments to tighten the ropes, Mr. Speaker, because there are very many loose ends here, to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, this money does not go into waste the moment it goes to the counties, and that it goes into proper use, improve the definitions, Mr. Speaker, because you can see the Cabinet Secretary here is the one responsible for finance. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for devolution is the one who should be dealing with this matter. So if it is the Cabinet Secretary of Finance, is he answerable to Senate or to ourselves? How is he going to follow up on these monies, Mr. Speaker, to make sure it is for the right purpose, to make sure that for the particular projects allocated, that there is a proper audit, Mr. Speaker? And how then do you do a joint audit between World Bank, for example, which is mentioned here many times, and between European Union, Mr. Speaker? It means then the national government eventually will pay this loan. Who will make sure, Mr. Speaker, that the job is done? It is not the county assembly. It is not the National Assembly. Senate, perhaps, but, Mr. Speaker, there are loose strings, and if you look at the whole matter, Mr. Speaker, the only thing qualified here is the county headquarters, because they can, in a way, be accounted for. The rest of those allocations, Mr. Speaker, are very questionable. Those are projects, Mr. Speaker, which can still be funded through the normal budgeting process of the county. Mr. Speaker, I submit and accept this with reservations. I support it with reservations, hoping that personally I will make amendments to improve it, and the whole House will be very keen to make sure, Mr. Speaker, this money does not go into waste, into the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I take this opportunity to welcome all Kenyans coming to Makueni constituency for the devolution conference. Although as members of the National Assembly have not been invited, I am yet to know how to participate when there is no invitation, yet I'm the host member of Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Manzo, you have not been invited, and it is in your constituency. But you are also inviting us. So where are you inviting us to? The Honorable Manzo. The Honorable Rindikiri, member for Buri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to support this bill, specifically because it enlaces the delivery of services to our community through the county government. Mr. Speaker, I notice there are two types of grant from the national government of Kenya, which deals specifically with the county headquarters. I also noticed there is the development partners grants, which have been classified into 12 items. Mr. Speaker, the grants either from the national government or from the partners, they are channeled to very essential services to our counties. Mr. Speaker, you notice that there is a lot of focus on agriculture. there is a lot of focus on the climate change. There is focus on health care. There is focus on the capacity building and all those others. Mr. Speaker, these are very essential activities that need to be done through these grants. However, Mr. Speaker, you notice, just like my colleagues have stated, we have a lot of problems in accounting for the grants. Mr. Speaker, one condition that is given either from the World Bank or from the national government on the construction of county headquarters. For so many years, it's a lot of money allocated for construction of infrastructure in county government and quarters. And it defeats the logic because, Mr. Speaker, just like you and me know, we come from constituencies within the county, and there are sub-county headquarters. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, you find that the county headquarters is very well developed compared to the sub-county headquarters. So I think the Senate need to address that aspect of county headquarters construction through grant to the extent that it need to be diverted or devolved to the sub-county headquarters also. Mr. Speaker, of great concern is the use of the grant in what is called capacity building. Mr. Speaker, how do you account for capacity building? How do you account for capacity building? Mr. Speaker, we all come from the counties, and for a long time, I haven't seen or come across the county organized programs for capacity building. I think that's a weakness there, and the Senate need to address. And what kind of a capacity building are we talking about? Because if you go to the grant given to the health services, there is capacity building concept or item in that grant. Same case when you go to the climate change, which is a very serious concern in this country, and where I think many of the counties have failed. Mr. Speaker, having an organized tree planting per day in a certain section surely does not mean total address of the aspect of climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are lacking in some of these counties is a clear programs which are identified and which the grant therefore need to address. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a problem in the accounting for the grant in this country. I support the bill because it is addressing those, but the usage of funds by counties need to be really strictly followed to the letter. We have been talking about a grant for many years. At the high time before even you proceed with having more grants to the counties, that they need to account either in terms of finance or in terms of the result of the usage of the grants. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this with reservations like my friends, and I think we will need to do a bit of amendment because, Mr. Speaker, there is no model in place which has been placed in this bill to show how this fund is going to be managed, other than the money will be released to the county revenue offices. They are not telling us how this money actually is going to be used and where. If we use the model of CDF, we state the project, location, estimates, and then we have a monitoring and evaluation follow-up program. This is missing in this bill. And what I'm seeing with the Senate is instead of them putting more emphasis in this bill on the aspect of oversight We are only talking about the bill, giving out the money, and how the money is going to be released. Yes, I've seen a schedule, which is saying how much is going to be used where, but they are not telling us how this money will be accounted for at the end of 2021-2022 financial year. Because even when it comes to even that year, this, they will still be asking for more grants for the following year, 2022-2023. Now, we cannot continue as a country, we cannot continue as a government, continuing encouraging grants from the national government or even from the partners without seeing tangible results of the purpose of the grant. One man fish of concern, the healthcare, Mr. Speaker. You find it's like it's only one county level 5 hospital which is given emphasis. We have sub-county hospitals, we have health cares, we have dispensaries where there are no medicine, there are no essential services. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a problem. There's a level 4 hospital in my constituency called Timau. Level 4, which does not have even an X-ray facility. They don't have maternity facilities. They don't have even casualty facilities. So, and you find you have to travel for 50 kilometers to the district headquarters, which is still being funded through grants. So, if really the Senate and the county government are serious, they need to have the grant going direct to the grassroots, not only heading up at the headquarters. I support with reservations. I work with my colleagues so that we can bring up amendments to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kibunguchi, member for Likuyani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like at the onset to say I support this bill just for the simple reason that more resources in an organized way are coming down to the counties. But Mr. Speaker, just like most of my colleagues have said, there's a lot of reservations in how devolution as a concept in terms of practiced in this country is how it is it has evolved over the few 10 or so years, Mr. Speaker. There are so many examples that we can quote, but in my view, devolution really, as a concept, was meant to do probably 2 or 3 main things. One, just like everybody has said, bring services fairly close to the people. Let the people participate in the priorities they want in their areas. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, devolution was meant, in my view, to exploit the natural resources that are found in different parts of the country. You'll find that natural resources are not uniform throughout. There are places where people have natural resources like water, lakes, oceans, and devolution was meant to, what can we exploit from this natural resource so that we create 2 things. 1, create employment for our youth, and 2, create wealth. That is not what has happened with devolution in this country. In the end, devolution has tended to be, clubs that create a lot of, like what I call employment bureaus. Because most of the money that goes to the counties, Mr. Speaker, go towards recurrent expenses, paying salaries, the bloated employment that has taken place. And in the process, very little money, hardly any, goes down to development. And that's why virtually everywhere, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure from where you come from, you'll find that when you walk around, most of what you see in terms of development has actually been done by the committees of CDF in various constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, counties have also tended to concentrate, just like I keep saying. We devolve funds from the center, which is Nairobi, to various counties. And when this money gets to the county headquarters, then most of that money then is tied up there. Very little of it trickles down to the wards, if we may say so, or sub-counties. Very, very little of it goes there. And that's why you hardly find any development there. I think as members of parliament, as lawmakers in this country, I think it's up to us, and probably we'll start with this bill, to see if we can be able to put mechanisms in place where the people who get this money are directly accountable. Put the rules, put the perimeters, if I may use that word, so that people don't, it's not a blank check we are giving to individuals at the county levels, that they will come down and account for this money in the long run, Mr. Speaker. I will want to speak a little about health, Mr. Speaker. Being a medical doctor, I feel very sad that instead of us moving forward, instead of us looking at what we used to say sometimes back, some of the diseases were actually being eradicated in this country. I think we are going back to probably 30 years ago, just because we devolved health to counties. I think that is the biggest mistake. When history will eventually be written, I think the biggest mistake we did in this country is devolve health to the counties. The counties have no capacity to handle health. And if we are going to do a service in this country, and if I may believe some of our bigger brothers who are saying that BBI will come back after elections, I think one of the areas we are really going to push is to see either the whole of health services comes back to the national government, or the aspect of human resource comes to the national government, so that we have something like in the teaching fraternity, where you have a teacher service commission, so that we have a health service commission that will handle the human aspect of health. Because I'm sure the intentions of leasing equipment was noble, but people didn't think very hard about it, because we have totally skewed distribution of health experts in this country. You'll find that in some places, some rural areas, you'll hardly find nurses that know how to deal with dialysis. And yet, one of the equipment that was in that mess was dialysis machines. And yet, it is required in virtually every corner of this country. But if we had centralized commission that was dealing with human resource, and we know that at any given time, for example, Likuyani Hospital does not have a nurse that deals with dialysis, that commission will second or will post a nurse there, as opposed to what is happening now. What is happening now is that every county is doing their own things. And we find we have reached a level where things that were unheard of some years back, you find it is now an everyday thing. Doctors are on strike. Nurses are on strike. Clinical officers are on strike. Laboratory technicians are on strike. And they are on strike at different times. Health workers are on strike in Kakamega County. And in Kirinyaga County, they are working. It is like we are saying some places are condemned, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to just emphasize that bit, being a medical doctor, that's a mistake. And that is something we must look at again. Health services must be centrally controlled. And if we are going to have universal health care and make sure that it is happening uniformly throughout the country, it can only happen, Mr. Speaker, if it is being controlled from a central place. Not everybody doing their own things, where some people think health should be equated to like other things. Health is a fundamental human right. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to just take time to talk about that because I get very frustrated. I get very sad being a medical doctor that we reach somewhere where we are having even medical personnel going on strike, Mr. Speaker. But otherwise, like most of my colleagues have said, we'll probably have to look at this fairly, very keenly and bring up some fairly pertinent amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Kibunguchi. I wouldn't have put it any better. And I can assure you, if we ever reconsider the constitution composition of these things, that health component, when you make that argument, I will be seconding you. The Honorable Nakara Lodepe, the member for Turkana Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to put emphasis on what already honorable members have said. Honorable Speaker, this fund must be allocated to the basic services that we need in our counties. As Mheshimiwa said, we need this money to be allocated to health, which is actually the fundamental right of our people. Second, we need this money to be allocated to water, which actually some of our counties are in need of. So this money should not be used for seminars, should not be used for unnecessary services. And that's why you see, Honorable Speaker, we are emphasizing so much on the basic services that our people require. Second, Honorable Speaker, accountability. You know these are grants, and it can be misused if at all we are not going to have accountability in our counties. That if you are not going to use this money appropriately to the right services, then you as a governor or whoever is concerned, you will be responsible to repay back that grant to the county. Because without accountability, the governors or another person can misuse this money because no report given back or no specific measurement given. It's just a grant. So people would not have that kind of seriousness in using them because it's a grant. Honorable Speaker, another thing that is about, we need to put emphasis is about our responsibility. Every county must be responsible for this money. Count them to the last coin so that the donors can appreciate our responsibilities on this fund, that surely our counties are using this money well. So those are the things, Honorable Speaker, that as members of Parliament, we want to see in our counties so that this money can benefit our people. So that even the donors who are giving this money will actually say that we have given and it has improved the lives of people, it has changed the lifestyle of people, it has brought some development in that county. Those are the things that we need to see when we give this money to our counties. Honorable Speaker, many members have spoken. As Mheshimiwa Kimunguchi has said, if you go to some counties right now, the 10 years that we have been having a devolution in this country, some of those counties, Honorable Speaker, they have not even taken 30%, yeah, of what they were given to improve the lives of their people. But some have done very well. Some have done very well. Some have improved. Some have taken some steps forward. We don't condemn them generally. But there are some which have done very well. And you can go to those counties and say, surely, this was not there, this was not there. Now I can see a road, I can see a water pump, I can see a college, I can see an institution like that. Honorable Speaker, I am proud of my county, Turkana County. You know, this is one of the counties, Honorable Speaker, who are behind in many things. But devolution has really changed our county. Now, we are like any other county in this country because that money has been used. Okay, we cannot say 100%, but they have changed our situation. It has changed our face. Now, our county, you can go there and get some tarmac road within the village. Now, you can go to the county and get water services closer to people. But we need them to do more than that, not only to Turkana County, but the rest, because we are members of parliament. We want to see development across this country, because we are representative of the people. We are not representative of our villages, but we are saying all the governors must be accountable to this grant. They must be responsible for this grant, so that if they miss with this money, Honorable Speaker, there are some measures that will be taken against them. And finally, Honorable Speaker, one thing that we need to know about the grant, it is there today and tomorrow it will disappear. So we need to encourage our counties to make this money, to generate more money, so that when the grant will not be there, this money, the generated money, can continue helping the county to offer the services to the people. If we put this money to the project that cannot generate more income, it will end there. And when the donor stops giving the grant, then we are finished. So we want to encourage the counties to take some of this money to put in generating activity that can bring money back to the county. And even when the donor gets out, they will continue sustaining those services within their counties. As members have said, I have also some reservations that we need to look again this bill, do some few amendments, and then pass it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Koi Waluke, member for Sirisia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, to have given me a chance also to contribute on this grant bill to the counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need money. The devolution has done good for us, all of us in this country, Mr. Speaker, to realize that money comes to the counties where we come from. But, Honorable Speaker, many of the counties, there are few whom we recommend, the counties that we have seen development and progress in those counties, Mr. Speaker. But many of our counties, Mr. Speaker, they have taken advantage. They are misusing the funds. Like, let me say, for example, this grant, when it comes to the county government, Mr. Speaker, or to the county, mostly, Mr. Speaker, this money is going to be misused because the allocation from Treasury has already been misused in many of our counties, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Jubilee government. People who doesn't know may say that Jubilee government has not done a lot of development as they promised. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to say that indeed Jubilee government has done a lot of development in this country, Mr. Speaker. Like in terms of infrastructure, they have opened roads around the whole country, in every corner of this country, Mr. Speaker, where we even never expected that the road, the tarmac road, may appear there. Mr. Speaker, we need to give or to comment where something is good, we must recommend. But with the county governments, Mr. Speaker, most of the county governments, Mr. Speaker, they take advantage. I can quote, Mr. Speaker, even the revenue collections from the counties itself. Mr. Speaker, I think most of the counties have two accounts. One for sending money to Treasury, and another one is for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the revenue collection, Mr. Speaker, in this country has gone down. We can say, yes, there was COVID, but still, Mr. Speaker, people pay revenue, rents for their shops, for their premises, and even Mama Mboka has never stopped paying money to the county government, Mr. Speaker. With this COVID, they still pay their dues, but the money is not seen as before the devolution came. The devolution, Mr. Speaker, meant well to our people to make sure that the money goes back to the people, to the counties. Mr. Speaker, like the devolved functions, Mr. Speaker, like health, many of our hospitals, many of our dispensaries, many of our health facilities, Mr. Speaker, were neither built by national government or CDF committee, which is still national government. Because like where I come from, Mr. Speaker, there is no any dispensary up to today that has been put up by a county government. And this is 10 years down the line, Mr. Speaker. So where does the money go to? All this, even in level 5, the money is still, the function is devolved, but the national government is the one that has been doing all this building infrastructure and any other thing that you may see, like either the First Lady taking there some equipment, like in our county where I come from, worth is so many millions of money, hundreds of millions of money. So, Mr. Speaker, the accountability is not there, even as the functions were devolved. People collect money from Mwananchi, officers collect money from poor mothers, but this money is taken somewhere else. So, Mr. Speaker, with this grant, I think the donors are just donating for the people to eat. Although it is here that we discuss about it, yes, many members have supported it, Mr. Speaker, some with the reservation, saying that they are doubting whether that money is going to be used well. I support that. Mr. Speaker, a hospital without a dispensary without an X-ray in a sub-county, without any dialysis machine, Mr. Speaker, for all these 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we need to check and change, amend some laws that can help Mwananchi to benefit from what he or she contributes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country has a lot of resources. If it was another country, Mr. Speaker, compared to Kenya, this country, as we speak, it could be on knees. But God loves this country, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are here where we are, proud of our country, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it goes down, and then within a month or so, you will see it up again, Mr. Speaker. And us as leaders, if we can take care of these resources that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, I think we can move this country to another level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many requirements, as I said, are not there in the facilities that the common Mwananchi expect to see or to use in the village. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting this bill, but with very little support, Mr. Speaker, that because we want the money to go to mashinani or to the counties, we need it, like me in Bungoma, we need it. I cannot oppose the bill, but I support with the reservation and say that people who are supposed to look after this money in the government, right from the governor down to the common officer who is supposed to look after this money. Because this money, Mr. Speaker, even if it is a grant, although grants come at different levels, Mr. Speaker, even on a national level,
The Honorable Aluke, allow me, the Honorable Aluke 1 minute to finalize his submission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The money come at different levels, Mr. Speaker, even on the national government itself. But when the money reach Treasury, Mr. Speaker, also there's a problem in Treasury. Treasury also take advantage on these grants, because I'm speaking on what I have seen, like on Park Committee, Mr. Speaker, interrogating about the grant and even sometimes loans, Mr. Speaker, people tend to think that grant money that is donated from outside the country, sometimes they can just misuse it the way they feel or the way they want, because they think that there's no accountability, so they take advantages. So the government need to put measures, strong measures, about these donations that come from outside the country and grants, Mr. Speaker. So for those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I support with reservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Odege, member for Nyatike.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me also to contribute on this bill. To start by, allow me to support, and I want support with the following recommendations. As an MP from a rural place here down in Migori County, I would feel very sad to object on any money going down to my people. I know, as members of parliament, and people are also representing members of the public, we have a lot of disappointments when it comes to issues related to county government, and especially the management of funds to the county government. When we talk about development, in fact, it's almost across the country. If you ask all of us, everybody is having issues with this county, the way they manage funds. There are two concerns which I wanted to raise. As we are recommending money to go down, we need to wake up a number of institutions in this country whom I would say are sleeping on the job. These governors, the fact that they are elected, should not make them untouchables. Like now, we want think otherwise because monies are not being put in the right place. Yet we have the Treasury here releasing money to them. We have EACC, which we fund ably to deal with corruption. We have the DCIs here who are supposed to be monitoring how everything is being done at the county and all over the country. And it's now 10 years. We are turning to 10 years down the line. If we would say accountability in the counties and how the government has worked on it, we'll give them less than 10% because we have allowed these people to consume the public funds scot-free. And even if you look at the actions being taken, it comes too late. And again, if you ask me, you will also agree with me that those who are set to look at these people are somehow the beneficiaries. This is why the accountability and taking people to court and being charged and forcing people to see justice out down there has been very slow. This is why even now, if you look at the interest people are developing into contest this post of governors, you'll agree with me that 50% of those people who have developed interest are people who are thinking they can make quick wealth because they have seen the occupants of those offices, how they have made wealth. But the government and the agencies entrusted with this responsibility should make this job to be very difficult for people who are going down there and make it to be seen as if you are going there down there to look for problems so that we can make things work. My second concern, for the real development to be seen in the county, we have to look for ways. I don't know whether this will force a referendum to come in. We need to separate the management of HR issues with the issues related to county governments. And if you ask me, we don't need to transfer HR issues back to the national government. We need to establish a working secretariat at Council of Governors level, mandated in law, to manage nationally the issues related to HR. This one will also control the nature of employment we are seeing in the counties. If you go to some counties, mine inclusive, almost a half of newly employed staff are related to people who are supposed to run the counties. Again, if you look at the issues related to accountability, the county assemblies have failed. And this is another issue which we need to look into seriously as a country. Do we need county assemblies if they're toothless? If not, do we empower Senate to do the same job? Because why do we have Senate, we have county assembly, and nothing it is doing? You look at the issues of corruption and accountability. Sometimes you see county assemblies, governors being summoned to Nairobi, and you wonder why they are coming to Nairobi, because you don't see anything tangible happening. Go to all our county assemblies. I've never seen a governor taken to task over funds. If such a thing is happening in your county, you'll realize maybe it's a bargain for county assembly members to get some money from the executive. But an issue of accountability, when it comes to issues related to development or protection of resources to the public, it's lacking. So we have some weakness in the formation of county government, which we need to re-examine so that we...
The Honorable Odege.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
So I hear you saying that where there is any show of question, it is a conspiracy.
And I want to repeat, Honorable Speaker, that's exactly what's happening in our counties, because you never see a serious accountability issue related to issues related to services to the wananchi.
It is true, even in my county, I have not had any the governor being put to task. Proceed.
So as much as we may say that we don't want money to go down there, we also need to challenge the organs entrusted to ensure that money is devolved.
The Honorable Odege, the Honorable Wangwe seems to also want to weigh in on this point.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on Standing Order 83. My very good friend, the Honorable Odege, has said that where there is a challenge or an issue, and the MCS weigh in, it appears like a conspiracy or they are interested parties. As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, is the member right to say so? Yet, Honorable Speaker, he is the representative of the civil servants in the union. He is the one who is supposed to reprimand those people who are not doing the right thing. Is he in order, Honorable Speaker, to allude to that? Yet those are his own employees, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wangwe, the Honorable member for Nyatike is in order. It is true that we are not seeing a result from the money that is sent to the counties. I see no problem with what he's saying. Proceed, the member for Nyatike.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And that one, I think you have answered him, and I'm not going to weigh into it. But it is true, I represent civil servants in this country. And today, as I'm standing here, I stand here as a member of Parliament for Nyatike. And when I talk here, I talk on behalf of people of Kenya we represent. And now the money we are talking about is money taken to the people of Kenya. And we are now crying aloud that we see this money doing a tangible job to our people, and we see the real development. I was interrupted when I was talking about centralizing the issues of HR in the county government. When you look at how we are handling HR issues in the county, there are a lot to be desired, because we cannot have counties where employment is not tied to the service need. We also should not have a situation whereby employment cannot be made to be measurable. Because when you see the kind of employment currently happening in the counties, no one can get employed in the county if you are not known by those people who are in charges down there. Look at all the governors around and the assemblies. The new employees are all their relatives. That's why I'm trying to stress, and this one now I would say from the experience of the union, that if we centralize HR issues in the county at one level, even if it is at the county, the council of governors level or at the national government level, it will ensure fairness to those who are competing for jobs. It will also ensure fairness when it comes to award of salaries. At the moment when you go to the county, you'll find somebody who is 3 years qualified from the university, earning more than someone who qualified from the university, they did the same course, and has been in the service for over 10 years. Why? Because there is no clear structure of engagement at the county level and how we recruit people in the county. Experience is put aside, interest is put ahead. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I support that the money should go to the county, and we allow the agencies to follow this money, and those who interfere with this money be made to account. I support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Shimbwa Mwinyi, member for Changamwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to weigh in on this very important subject of national importance. I also would like to support my other colleagues who have spoken on this matter. Government, Mr. Speaker, are supposed to be responsible organs which reflect the people, their ambitions, the dreams, and the expectations of the people that they serve. As much as we all would like to see money trickling down to the counties, but then looking at the history of our county government for the last 2 terms, Mr. Speaker, it is lamentable, it is disappointing, and in fact, members of the public, apart from just celebrating the campaigns, but they do not see the fruits of what they have campaigned for, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. It is very important to realize that our governors have perhaps done better on an individual basis than what they have done for the county that they have been serving as governors. And as Honorable Odege has rightly put it, and the other members, those who are scrambling for positions of governorship, they are aspiring to become the new governors at large, flying from one European capital to the other, in pursuit of goals which are not relevant to the counties that they serve. And as we are also aware, the senators, due to the fact that they are toothless, I would say, have also resorted to, to play ball with the governors. When we see governors being called to account, we have never seen any governor taken to court or taken to task over any matter that is actually seen to be a very serious matter. So whenever we see such moves by the Senate, we know this is simply a game where certain things, of course, are done, and then the governors are left scot-free. But if there is a big culprit, Madam Speaker, I would say it is the national government. Because the national government is supposed or expected to be the example for these other governments to follow. In our country, it is very sad, Madam Speaker, to note that there is serious competition for doing the wrong things, especially on the financial sector. Now, due to this element of competition to become rich fast without doing any tangible work is the thing that is also making the county governments not to be responsible. They are also following the same direction that the national government are following. Because even in the national government, whoever steals, whoever does anything wrong, there is nothing, of course, that is done unto him. So I think it is high time we need to have governments that are responsible for their people, that are accountable to their people, that will enforce laws to make sure anybody in a position where he is supposed to deliver is taken to task and, of course, even taken to jail in case he misappropriates funds meant for public development. Madam Speaker, today as we speak, there is a lot to show for what the CDF has done to our respective areas. But there is nothing to showcase the many billions that have trickled down to these areas. So as much as we want to have equitable distribution of development resources, but first the national government should take the lead by doing the right things, then the governors and their county governments, apart from doing the right things in selection of their personnel, in carrying out their responsibilities, they should also be worried and to know that the money that they have is money that is meant to develop their areas. And you know, Madam Speaker, the most painful part is the governors normally come from those areas. Now, we used to complain some times ago saying all the money was going to Nairobi. But right now, all the money is going to Mashinani. And yet the right people who are there, people who are coming from those localities, are the ones who are now doing the wrong things, which is a very sad moment in our history of this country. So as much as devolution is good, Madam Speaker, as much as we would like grants to go down to these counties, but if this money is not going to be put into proper use, then we'll be wasting the voters' energies and time. We would be frustrating the ambitions of our people, and we will fail as a country, not because of anything, but because of our own undoing. Everybody, Madam Speaker, would like to become rich. But then there are right ways of becoming rich or doing business the right way. But the way things are happening, Madam Speaker, we are making millionaires and billionaires overnight without doing anything that, of course, is known to the public about what they are doing for a living. So, Madam Speaker, on the aspect of development, I'm also very much pained when I see that there is no equitable distribution of resources in all, even our budgets, the way we make our budgets. If you look at all the departments that present their budgets, you will see, Madam Speaker, there is nothing to show that those people who are given those responsibilities look at Kenya as a country where everybody pay taxes and everybody is supposed to get the right share of their taxes. And this is shown very clearly, Madam Speaker, when you travel abroad. There is no single area in Europe which is underdeveloped. You find every region you go, there is same development. I think the last thing that we saw is Germany. When they broke the wall, the Berlin Wall, then they did a lot of deliberate efforts to make sure the eastern part was to be developed so that it becomes commensurate to the western part. And today, when you go to these places, you'll never see any differences, Madam Speaker. So I think anybody who is serving any office in this government of ours, which of course we all belong, should know first he's a Kenyan. Then his tribe should actually be secondary. Then finally, Madam Speaker, I'm also looking at the port of Mombasa, which is in Mombasa County. It is an asset of the nation, of course, but then, unfortunately, we are seeing that asset now being used not for the benefit of the local people who are there, but to serve some individuals in this country. We are made to understand, Madam Speaker, that soon there is going to be signing of the second berth to be transferred to MSC. This is an Italian firm, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure there are Kenyans who can buy this facility, and of course it would serve the interests of Kenya better than if it goes to an Italian firm, Madam Speaker. And I take this opportunity to warn those who are behind this, Madam Speaker, to make sure...
Conclude in a minute.
We want to take it seriously, Madam Speaker. This is an asset we should actually be serving our people. And if any signing to transfer this to MSC, I think we have to go to court to make sure this thing never happens. And especially right that we are now coming to an end of this government. If there's anything, let it happen in the new government. But otherwise, in this dispensation, nothing of such a thing should actually be allowed to happen. And I'm giving a shot at the maritime PS. And I think I hear she is actually behind this. She should stop this kind of thing. She has been lying, Madam Speaker, about the blue economy employing so many people in our area, but nothing has happened so far, Madam Speaker. And the taking away of the port facility to be given to MSC and some individuals in this country is actually taking the rights of our people, which is something very unfair and should never be allowed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say whatever I had to say for the benefit of this country, which of course we all love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to add my voice to this very important bill that is coming from the Senate. I think Article 96 of our Constitution is very clear that the Senate has a role to do superintendence and oversight over the counties. Madam Speaker, Article 175 of our Constitution, 175B, is also very clear that the counties must have a reliable sources of revenue for the counties to be able to be governed and to provide services to their people. Unlike the national government that looks at the broad canvas of Kenya, the counties, if you are from the county of Kisumu, Kitui, Marsabit, Turkana, you are addressing specific needs, specific issues that pertains to the people that occupy that geographical region. Madam Speaker, when we look at resources that goes to the county, once it is going to the county of Narok, then that is not national resources. It is the county resources for the people of Narok. In our Constitution, Article 174 is about public participation, resources going close to the people, governance going close to the people, so that at the end of the day, the people who are in a particular county, almost to a man or a woman, decide how their resources are going to be used. In this particular case, the grants that are given to our counties are not just grants that can be used willy-nilly by the executive in those counties. They have to be accounted for. They have to be properly utilized to provide services, social amenities, and development to our people. My honorable colleagues, some who have spoken before me, talked about nothing visible in the counties. I think from the region I come from, devolution is like the second independence for us. That where there were no offices, today there are offices. Where people were not working, today some of them are working and they are earning wages. But what we must do, what this House must, to the extent that it can be taken, must insist, is resources that go to the county are not resources that are wasted or are wasteful. Those resources must be properly utilized for the well-being of our communities. Madam Speaker, before devolution, I think what goes to some of our counties are less than 200 million maybe per year, where the district commissioners or administrators sitting with the chiefs almost decide the small development that can take place. Today, each and every county receives billions. And I think it is what can change the face of this country. When you go around our counties, sometimes I think there is this element of thrift spent, where without looking at what are these things that can turn around the economy. And that is why some of us have joined the hustlers. What can turn around this country is the rural economy. It's investing in the rural people where agriculture takes place, where livestock rearing takes place, where mining takes place. All this, if the counties are going to spur development within their areas, then they must invest in what is likely to generate growth within that geographical space. Honorable Speaker, whereas we are just talking about the counties in the face of this particular bill, we must also talk about the national government that retains almost 85% of the budget. When that budget is used, it has to correlate with the development that is taking place in the counties, so that we don't see ourselves blaming the 15% and we look away when we should be addressing where is this 85% going. There are only 3 areas that maybe we may have very little to question in terms of what goes on in the national government: the defense, the foreign affairs, and in the national treasury. But every other thing, agriculture, water, health, all of these ministries and departments are devolved. Are those resources going to the counties? Are those resources being oversighted properly, that they are used for the well-being of the people of this country? Madam Speaker, in our Constitution, Article 1, we the people. Article 95, C, talks about matters of concern to the people. This particular bill is very important because it is about resources that goes to our counties for the well-being of our people. With those remarks, I support this bill. It is important. Resources that goes to our counties must be properly accounted for and managed for the well-being of our people. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's out of order?
Madam Speaker, allow me to arise on Standing Order number 95, that bearing the mood of this House and the exhaustive nature of this debate that borders also on repetition, that the mover be called upon to reply.
Have you spoken to it? Have you spoken
I
to
did.
it?
I did.
You have?
I thank you.
You have spoken to it?
I did.
But then you can't gag the rest of members after you have spoken to it.
But put the question.
No, you can't order me to put the question. You're out of order.
I request you to put the question.
I will give, I have 2 members here. I have Honorable Bunyasi and Honorable Kingara. They seem to be the only other members who are interested in contributing. So let me give the 2 of them. Honorable Bunyasi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're truly a hero. You're considerate. Heroine. And yeah, heroine. Thank you very much. English sometimes slippery. particularly when we have to come for this late night session. Madam Speaker, I do support this bill from the Senate. I think they're doing the right thing. It amazes me that we in this National Assembly are very good at looking over our shoulders at others and judging them as being less accountable, less transparent than we are in this House. When you talk about oversight, we should think about the moments that oversight has slipped us. That's why we have an accumulating debt which is entirely within our control. We have more human resources here than counties have got, and oversight is still a challenge. Devolution is barely 10 years old, and I think this is the time that we should be giving them every support. These grants that go save the counties from seeking to tax people more. And I think it's a good thing that grants are going, and they should go. It's going to take us a while for all systems to fall in place. But we can demonstrate our commitment in that process if we ourselves here, we in the National Assembly, forget the Senate, we in the National Assembly, had a zero tolerance to issues of corruption, to issues of wastage. We speak a lot about it. We use a lot of English, but we do not seem to get it fixed. It's going to take time. The amount of money that now goes to counties in totality, about 370, for example, billion, is just about 10% of the budget. And we worry about losses that occur in the 10%. We don't seem to worry about, to equal measure, the losses that occur in the 90%. When we have the KEMSAs and everything just seems to slip through the fingers, and then everything's hunky-dory, the money will go into the elections, we shall use it for campaigns, and we run the nation that way. I think that as a House, we have a huge responsibility. And I think we should look inwards. I think we should look into the mirrors on our walls. And we should not look beyond and say, oh, those are the guys. We are pointing a finger. And as they say, as you point one finger, four are pointing towards you. At least 3 of them are pointing towards you. So I think that this is time in which we should begin to take an honest reckoning of where we are. The idea of grants are great. They are targeted grants. And if there is a failure of oversight, we must be able to blame as well. We should strengthen the Office of the Auditor General, for example. When that comes up for budget allocation, there's a lot of wavering. And we cut back and cut back. We worry about, oh, how much did you get last time? Oh, you can't be the only ones who need more money. They need the more money. It's about the judiciary. We have sliced them thin. And yet, without those institutions, we really can't move on these issues. Issues of corruption and what the DPP should do. DPP seems to be active only when State House backs. Then they pretend to move. After a while, all the drama around the arrests they do just go silent. There are institutions that are meant to handle this and handle them well. Let us not mess up with the wonderful creation of our governance or in terms of devolved units. Let us fix the malpractices that are giving a bad name to the devolution that has occurred. In counties like Busia, we have begun to see development only after devolution came. The rest of it was something, a little thing you got in a long while. I know, for example, in my constituency, since devolution, I was going to have 8 kilometers of tarmac that will join with Bungoma and run through my county. They have worked through up to that remaining 8 kilometers. It's been now 2.5 years, the contract is off-site. He claims he's not being paid, that his bills are now pending, and that the other day I was told pending bills are waiting for audit. He has done legitimate work. He's not being challenged for having submitted erroneous bills, but now he's being told, oh, yours is just one of those that are going to pending bills. Let us wait for OAG, the Auditor General, to finish an audit. That's a tactic, simply because probably they do not have the money, or the money is going elsewhere. I listened in recently to some discussions when pressure was being mounted on His Excellency the President by people from his home region who were saying, oh, you haven't done much for us. Those who supported came out with some statistics, and I trust their statistics. They were saying, no, the President has done a lot. They said, in Central Province alone, we have 540 billion shillings that is in roads. I said 540 billion in one region. That is in defense. The other day, I had some two MPs discussing about supply of electricity. And one was saying, well, mine is 99 point something. The other said, mine is still 96. And I said, are we the same republic? Devolution is an equalizer. Let's let the system work. Let's support the system to work. Let us fix things that are within the purview of where we have influence. And for heaven's sake, we can't expect miracles overnight. But we should be intolerant to corruption wherever it does occur. If corruption is occurring in 10% of the budget, what's happening in the 90? You think there are saints in the 90? That we must be able to disapprove of in equal measure. That will be intolerable from wherever it occurs. And devolution is not about governance necessarily. We have some good governors, we have some really bad governors. We have some very good senior officials at national level and some really bad ones. It's a systemic weakness. That's what we should seek to solve. Let us not confuse issues that occur because of the deviance of some officials and confuse that with systemic improvements that are intended to put resources in remote areas. I live next to a clinic, a dispensary. When it used to be under national government, we couldn't have a fridge because we had no power. We all got power after devolution. Now a fridge runs. We don't have the medicines, but I hope that one day the medicines will come. I hope that the KEMSAs at the national level and their equivalents in the county will begin to function someday. So that dispensary of mine in Madende will be able to get medicine round the year, particularly those medicines that affect children and expecting mothers who are most vulnerable as it is. We have a lot of weaknesses in the system, a system that is otherwise a good system. Re-centralizing anything for us would be taking us back to the dark ages, as it were. How can the national government ever know what Madende needs? How will they know the staffing needs of Madende? That won't happen. We need to be able to devolve to the counties and insist, as we are doing now, through various legislations and policy options, that goes now down to the wards, so the wards too can have access to these resources and use the resources. Now, even if you become completely unholy and say that money stolen at the national level is probably exported, we hear of it being in various places in the world. The money at the local place in the county goes in markets, a new building comes up, a Gorofa house of a chief officer comes up, probably circulating locally. It is not legal. We must stamp out on that. But let us not pretend that that's the only leakage in this republic. If it was the only leakage, it would be only 10% of the budget. Even if it all leaked, it's only 10% of the budget. 90 is where the big problems are. But as it is, our intolerance should be zero tolerance on any of those malpractices that we've got. I like the idea of grants going to counties. Let us follow through with good oversight with our institutions. It's not just the assemblies and so on. Assemblies are weak, but so is this parliament. We have passed some ugly laws. We have looked aside when things ought to have been brought up. Let us not be holier than thou at all. I think let us regroup and completely try and stamp these out. We are headed in the same direction, in the right direction. That's why the countries that are ahead of us have followed. That they also have not been spared from these issues. Let us go with them. You hear about these issues in India. You hear about them even in China, which is completely intolerant of corruption. You hear about them in the US. Not that I'm sanctioning them, but let us realize these are growing pains, and let us keep our eyes on the ball. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Ruiru, Honorable Kingara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to share on the support of the bill. Madam Speaker, it was not for granted that we went devolution way. It had a reason. It was well guided. As much as it did not work maybe 100%, it doesn't mean that, Madam Speaker, it can't improve. Madam Speaker, the main reason of this was to disseminate money from the central government or central area all the way back to upcountry and even the remote areas whereby we can decongest our very congested cities. Madam Speaker, I think for me, it is important, as much as money is required down there, it is very important to put very strict measures on how the money should be utilized. Madam Speaker, I don't see any reason why we should blame an accountability on development or devolution. Madam Speaker, it is important to set laws and means of ways of managing whatever goes down to the county, or even lower to municipality, Madam Speaker, because this mode of governing a country or a state is tested elsewhere. If the money is well utilized, if there is efficiency, Madam Speaker and myself, I don't see any problem. Madam Speaker, what we noted, and I can share this, when devolution started, maybe a lot of incompetent people were put to work in the county government or other sectors. And maybe, Madam Speaker, this is where we got a problem where accountability became a very, very serious threat to the money which come from the national government. But, Madam Speaker, this should not say that devolution is bad. Actually, if it were to be weighed, to me, it is over 70% successful, Madam Speaker, because even the cases which have gone to court, Madam Speaker, are very, very low compared to which are stable out there. And this can be a good gauge of whether it is working or not. And if one or two officers or servants of the people misbehave, Madam Speaker, it doesn't mean everybody misbehaved. And it should not be taken that as if devolution or sending more money back there to the county government is not working. Madam Speaker, I want to pick especially health, Madam Speaker. When county government started working, many, many hospitals were uplifted. And if many hospitals came up, I think more money was required. So when somebody comes and seeks for more money so that we improve our health and work well, for me, I find it very much in order. The issue may be who is working there, once again. And if you go back up there and you remember about competent and qualified staffs, then I think everything should be in order. Maybe, Madam Speaker, what should be required out there is regular audit, very regular audit, because it takes too long to audit, and maybe that's why issues accumulate and it becomes very hard. We have seen people in court with bags of documents. Imagine if it's done like quarterly or even monthly, Madam Speaker. I think we can be able to sort this problem of unaccountability. It is also important, Madam Speaker, once again, to continue strengthening county government with the resources, with the human power, and even skills, especially benchmarking, Madam Speaker, to share with those people who have been successful in the same field. And if you do this, Madam Speaker, I do not see any problem which will make use of money outside there impossible or not in order. Because if you remember when we were working with the central government, out there, very many people were very poor, very many roads were not done, very many schools were down there, crippling. But when we came to devolution, you can see development is all over Kenya. So if we were to improve by sending more money there and putting very good accountability, Madam Speaker, I think we are good to go. I know people can quote areas where it might not look like successful. But I want to remind the same people, including my own self, that there is law in this country which also can be improved to take care for the devolved system of governance and even use it as a strength of improving our county government, our county workers, and even the systems which they use for accountability and any other form of operating down there. Madam Speaker, it also made it easy because if there is a problem in one county, it might not be the same problem with another county. So where we had a consolidated problems, now we have issues. And that's why you find that when matters are reported, they are reported in different counties where the others, they are safe and maybe doing very well. Madam Speaker, finally, I think it is also important to link the development or the usage of money down there so that now we can pick and say these are the benchmark or pace setters as far as money is utilized down there, and then we can pick from them and improve the entire sector. It is also important, Madam Speaker, for this House also to consider any other matter which is not even in this bill, which can also go all the way to improve the county government utilization of fund. And without much more than that, I support and I wish other members support the same so that we improve our money out there mashinani. Thank you.
Now, there being no other member who wishes to contribute, I will go on to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to make the following comments as I reply. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank all members who have contributed to this bill. Members have brought up very critical issues. Madam Speaker, as a committee, we shall be going through the Hansard to make sure that we are picking all those points and include them in our amendments, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a committee, we put an advert on 3rd of November for stakeholders and the public to bring their comments, which, Mr. Speaker, we received several memorandums, but most importantly, we had 4 key stakeholders led by Council of Governors, Commission on Revenue Allocation, Office of Auditor General, and the Treasury, Madam Speaker, who appeared before us. We have put their comments and their suggestions, Madam Speaker, in our record, because we intend to move amendments together with those ones which members have brought up, so that, Madam Speaker, we achieve the objective of this bill. The objective of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to provide procedures for implementation. For implementation, Madam Speaker, for accountability, Madam Speaker, and making sure that the intended funds that go to counties go to designated projects and we get value for our money. Madam Speaker, without bringing so many other issues that, Madam Speaker, we intend to bring up in the next stage to make sure this bill is aligned to the High Court ruling that was issued, Madam Speaker, we also feel as a committee that if this bill goes in the same way and manner it is now, it will be contradicting the same court ruling. So, Madam Speaker, I now beg to reply, and as I reply, Madam Speaker, I request that you defer putting of the question. I request that you defer putting of the question to the next sitting pursuant to Standing Order number 53, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
That's in order, Honorable Shinali. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 14, motion, report of the Local Authorities Provident Fund, the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, the National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement Fund, and the Petroleum Fund. Resumption of debate.
So, members, we are resuming debate, and the motion had been moved. And is the mover here? He was waiting to, this is Honorable Kivasu. You are to call upon somebody to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I moved for adoption the report of the Special Fund Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for the Local Authorities Provident Fund, Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement Fund, and the Petroleum Fund on Thursday, 18th, at the tail end of the business. And what we missed was a seconding, and I now call upon Honorable Jared Okello to second the report. Thank you.
Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to second this report. My mover, colleague Honorable Nzioka, has already delivered justice to this report. It is important from the outset to make it clear that we are looking at 3 financial years in these 5 sets of reports, and that is the years 16-17, 17-18, and 18-19, Madam Speaker. In the interest of time, I wouldn't delve on all these funds, but I want to only look at Local Authorities Provident Fund, and to say that it is firstly anchored on law. It emanates from the Act of Parliament, Cap 272, and it is a retirement benefit scheme from county governments, water and sewerage companies, and together with other affiliated companies, Madam Speaker. Its mandate majorly is to collect funds from the contributors and their employers or any sponsor on behalf of the beneficiaries. And as I said, it is a retirement fund. So it also makes payments to members upon retirement or earlier withdrawal from beneficiaries in cases of death by the major contributor. And it makes the fund operates as parastatal under the Retirement Benefits Authority, Madam Speaker. Currently, it has a membership of 52,000 people, and the contributors give 12% of their income, and the employers, together with the sponsors, contribute 15%. And that money is channeled towards a fund. It comes into a fund. And that fund is currently standing at 35 billion shillings in assets. And these assets come from property that is held by the fund. It is in terms of the government securities. It is in terms of the equities and deposits made by the individual contributors. So, Honorable Speaker, these 5 funds, the Local Authorities Provident Fund, the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, the National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement, and the Petroleum Fund, are what the report that we have given out will be looking into, the 3 years of their transactions between the year 2016 and 2019. And for that, I second. Thank you.
Order, members. Order. Honorable members, I go on to propose the question, which is that this House adopts the 10th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for the Local Authorities Provident Fund, the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, the National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement Fund, and the Petroleum Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. I see we have two members. The Honorable Shabir, member for Kisumu East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleague has detailed the 5 funds that, I beg your pardon, before I speak, I'm out of order. Let me put back my mask. I'm sorry about that. Madam Speaker, my colleague has detailed the 5 funds that we have been, that the Special Funds Committee had looked at. I'm a member of that committee. And what it has taken a great amount of time to look at some of these funds that have never been sorted out ever since before, for some time. The one fund that I want to bring to the attention of the House is the one that I was a mayor of a city, and Madam, many of us here have either been councillors or somehow been connected with the previous local authority before it was taken over in devolution by the counties. There is something called the Local Authorities Provident Fund, LADAP Fund, that has a lot of money there, but much of it is due. There's a lot of debt due by the cities of Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, and the others. But the bigger ones are the Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. So the Local Authorities Provident Fund, monies need to be paid. There has been proposal that there will be the county pension fund to take over, but the counties do not wish, nor do they have any desire to acknowledge the liabilities of the local authorities. Yet they wish very keenly have taken over the assets of those local authorities. So we have, in Kisumu, where I was the mayor, Madam, the issue had become one of debt swap. The debt swap in Kisumu was depending upon the location, the Makasembo estate that was taken over by the LAB fund, who were owed a lot of contributions. You see, Madam Speaker, the first thing that we want to raise in respect of the Local Authorities Provident Fund is that it has the first charge on the asset. When I, as a member of the City Hall or county staff, have been making my pension deductions, but the local authority never then transmitted those contributions to the LAB fund. So when I go to retire, I go to the LAB fund and I want my pension. And the LAB fund cannot pay the pension because they're saying that the pensions were never remitted to us. Now, unfortunately, that is the situation that we found in the LAB fund, that their remittances from the local authorities have not been paid. So one of the problems that we had, and we were looking at trying to resolve when we are doing the audit of the LAB fund, is what is it that is due to you and by whom? The LAP fund came and told us we owed so much money by Kisumu, so much money by Mombasa, and so much money by Nairobi. Our committee felt it very important that apart from looking at the audit, the comments and whatever, how can we facilitate some of these issues? And I remember that proposals had been made but not honored. The city of Kisumu or the county had made proposals, but they had not honored them. So I'm specifically bearing on Kisumu because I know about Kisumu. There are others, Nairobi and Mombasa, I don't want to bear upon. But it was then decided by the committee that the fund that continues diversifying its investment portfolio in the country's Big Four agenda and bring out affordable housing. But they could not have the affordable housing. The Kisumu County Council pays the amount of 11 million within 3 months, 11.9 million within 3 months of the report. They had agreed to pay it. They had given over the debt swap. And although it was not our mandate, it is the Special Funds Accounts Committee, we had to look at the audit. I think we were able, the committee was able to put it to the parties that before any finalization of the audit, that these things must happen. Because you see, when the audit says that a certain amount of money has to be paid and the payee refuses to pay, what are we going to do? We can't just, our job as the Special Funds Account Committee was not just to look at the audit comments, but to zero in on the audit comments and say, why hasn't this been done? Has it been resolved? If it hasn't been resolved, then we then pass it on for further action. So that particular aspect of our committee was looked at that particular aspect, and we said, okay, let us now be the facilitators to make sure that before we pass these accounts, we insist that the county government of Kisumu, for argument's sake, in this one case, must honor its debt. If it does not honor its debt, then we shall now send an adverse report through the House, which we are doing now, and saying that the County Council of Kisumu does not honor that debt of 11,979,000, which the LAP fund requires in order to process the developing of the housing units. The whole thing, this particular report of ours, we would say, we recommend to the House that further action be taken against the County Council of Kisumu. So that is specifically in specific asset in the Local Authorities Provident Fund. As far as the unclaimed assets, the committee also recommended that the fund expedite the process of engagement with the members of parliament to increase a reunification rule. You see, the committee found out, for argument's sake, that 25 billion worth of assets had been held by the fund, and only 34 million had been settled. So we're wondering, what is the Unclaimed Asset Fund meant to do? The Unclaimed Asset Fund, the job is to say that, listen, the fund has unclaimed assets, but one of the responsibilities of the fund is to try and determine as to who is the rightful owner of those funds. So if you're looking at 25 billion of assets and you've only been able to identify 34 million, then you're failing in your duties. And what extra steps are you taking to find out who these unclaimed assets are? And also we noted that there must be a time frame after which, you know, these unclaimed assets, they can't just sit in a bank account. So there are certain countries like Singapore and others who actually use some of these unclaimed assets that have lasted more than 10 years and use them to develop the programs so that the citizens can benefit. The Land Settlement Fund, it was observed that there were land loans of 6.9 million and development loans of 70 million to settlers from 1962 that has been remained outstanding as to date. So wondering what the Land Settlement Fund is doing from 1962 to now, and this was attributed to the slow pace of loan repayment by the settlers and the beneficiaries due to a tedious manual processing. Nobody has been looking at this thing. Here is 70 million of loans. So that, Madam, I beg to move.
You are not moving, Honorable Shabir. You're just supporting. You should let him put it on record that he's just supporting.
Okay. I beg to support.
Okay, we don't need to move twice. That's in order now. Let's have the Honorable Member for Nambale, Honorable Bunyasi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make comments on two of the funds. First, on the Local Authorities Provident Fund. First of all, these kinds of funds, whether pension or provident, are extremely useful for workers. People get into it at a relatively young age. They look forward and say, when my time comes to quit, how can I begin investing now so that I can be rewarded in latter years and so on. It's a fund of trust, even though your contribution is a trust that in fact those obligations shall be honored. In respect of the local authorities, I know of councillors who did pay from their salaries, got deductions that were supposed to be transmitted, but the local authorities then did not always match their contribution and may not have made the submissions, or maybe for other reasons. But with the net effect is that whereas they paid every month as had been expected, their funds were never transferred. And after devolution set in, many of them were in town here frantically looking for ways in which they can make up for lost time. Some of them computed funds to make up for what there might have been shortfalls in their contribution in order to be able to be part of it, but it hasn't really happened. I think that's quite disappointing, and it makes it very difficult. I think that it is within our reach in this House to punish strongly those institutions that do not remit fully what their obligations are, particularly obligations of trust. This is for provident funds, pension funds, even as you notice, even NSSF funds. There are many cases in which workers are deducted, but the funds are not remitted. NHIF has had those kinds of problems. And for the individual persons, they are quite helpless. It's only when there is a collective action with the support of institutions like this one that they may perhaps be listened to. And I think it is important for people to seek to avoid being desperate in the latter years of life. Many people in this House and in similar institutions are relatively young. They somehow think there will be a miracle when they get old. When you get there, you might find that, in fact, you really cannot be able to make your way, and you live a miserable old life, because children these days can't be your pension fund or provident fund provider or medical insurer or social security provider. So I think that we are, and I'm glad this is a modernizing institution. Now, when you have institutions of that type, they take away the burden of worry from individuals. They take away the burden from the governments of the day, and they transfer that to the commitment one makes by surrendering their salary. So I really hope that the LAP fund will, Provident Fund will correct these problems. But I don't think they'll be able to generate legislation that would force compliance 100%. But I think it's something that jointly, and I have no clear idea, even though I'm proposing this, of how it should be done. What I know, the outcome I think that we should seek, that in areas of those type of situations of trust in which a worker is committing in their active years to pay up so that finally they will receive a payback. I think it's extremely important that we all pull our socks together. You know, in these campaigns that are coming up, we have had social protection beginning to take a frontline concern. And I think it is really important because people are realizing that the social structures we depended on, the physical assets we had can dissipate, and that they want to provide while they're working. So I think that's a very important provision in all of this. I think that one of the challenges that devolution had was the human resource one. What do you do? Must workers be stuck with one employer to be able to provide for their retirement? But I think we should be moving, and Provident Funds provide such an opportunity where eligibility is from a diverse range of providers, of contributors or subscribers, but which institutions have the professional responsibility to manage resources in a way that can provide, it looks down 20 years, 30 years, a lot more for others, a bit less for others, so that wherever they are, they have a central place, or rather, they have national institutions, private or public, where they can make their contributions in the expectations that they will be managed in a legal environment, and we are here as custodians of such a legal environment, plus, of course, the Senate and other institutions, to make the laws that will ensure that those promises are kept, and quite apart from the issues of financial probity, that they should make sure are observed in institutions of that nature. I know that many countries use those resources for investment, long-term investment, as in housing. They might say housing will benefit workers. But that must only be if, in spite of the housing, there is sufficient liquidity to guarantee payments when the time becomes due. Otherwise, those are the kinds of things that lead people to suicide, in desperation. They don't know which way to turn. But all in all, I support the work of the Office of the Auditor General for looking at this, and I just hope that we'll pick up cues from there in which we can pass legislation that will tighten the loose ends. But I think that Kenya is doing very well in having these kinds of institutions in place. We are always seeking to improve them. I support.
We only have 2 minutes to go. Is there a mover here? Because I see no other interest in contributing. Will you be able to reply in 2 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the members who have already contributed to these reports. And it's my hope that the recommendations that the committee has put forward, they are going to be implemented by the rightful committee, which is the implementation committee, so that the funds which we have already talked about can benefit from some of these funds, especially the fund from the Provident Fund on the monies that has not been paid, so that that fund can benefit from that money. Equally, on the Unclaimed Assets Fund, the money that is already sitting in the central bank, the 25 billion, if by any chance the rightful owners are found, then those owners are going to benefit from this money which is sitting idle. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I beg to reply.
Okay, we shall defer the putting of the question until when it comes back in the order paper. And with that, honorable members, the time being 8:59 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 24th November 2021 at 9:30 a.m.